予想通り誰もいないな。見張りすらいないぞ。でも資料を保管してる場所はどこなんだ？
Hallo und wunderschönen guten Morgen. Willkommen zum Stream von Genshin Impact. Es ist noch früh am Morgen, frisch aufgestanden mit einer Tasse Kaffee und wir legen schon los in Genshin. Allerdings jetzt ganz entspannt. Einfach nur der Story folgen und nebenher noch ein paar andere Quests machen, falls wir da in die Nähe davon kommen. Ich wünsche euch somit viel Spaß dabei.
こちらです。時間がない。急ぎましょう。
あ、やっぱいたんだな。じゃあ3人で手分けして。
こちらです。時間がない。急ぎましょう。
こんなにたくさんの資料を全部読むのか？
仕方ありません。現状ではこれが最善です。などくらいの歴史に深く入り込むことで、月の狩人たちの本当の目的を暴くのです。
頭がおかしくなりそうだぜ。うわっ、大化けだ。レザーケースが急に動き出したんだ。びっくりした。ここってお墓だよな。こういうことってよく起こるのか？
墓地ではよく変わったことが起きますが、それは聞いたことがありませんね。
でもレザーケース本当に動いてたんだ。驚かせるなよ。こら、出てこい。
ん？ワイルドハント現象の記録？
今度は他のが動いた。
教えてくれているんでしょうか。悪意は感じませんね。むしろ
ないぜ。
こちらの資料は過去に起きた大規模なワイルドハントに関するものでした。お二人の方は？
おいらもだぞ。みんな同じだったのか。
何かを伝えようとしてくれているのかもしれません。照らし合わせてみましょう。
持ってくるぞ。特に関連性は見当たらないな。
待ってください。よく見ると、大規模なワイルドハントの前には必ず同じ場所に小規模なワイルドハントが発生していますね。ほら。しかもどれも同じ結末をたどったようですよ。
観測された討伐部隊の派遣が遅れ、後に原因不明の不活性化、超隕石で直接封印可能。
かなり古い資料も含まれていますが、この頃の月の狩人はまだ自由に行動する能力を持っていなかったんでしょうね。
もう一つ共通点があるぞ。付近の土地の空爆機は枯渇していた。これって重要な手がかりになるか？
空爆とワイルドハントはずっと対立していた。ライトキーパーは小規模なワイルドハントの活動が落ち着く時があることについて、土地に含まれる空爆がアビスの力を中和するからだと考えてきました。ですが、これらの資料を総合的に分析してみると、この推論では説明のつかない点があります。おっしゃる通りです。小隕石による封印は完璧な処置とは言えませんが、こんな短期間で効果を失い、さらに状況が悪化するとはとても。
あとちょっとで思いつきそうなとこまで来てるんだけどな。
まさに気になるところですね。空爆とアビスの力では、強い方が弱い方を制するのか。空爆は確かに小規模なワイルドハントを撲滅する。ただし月の狩人がそれ以上に強く。
ああ、そういうことか。
どういうことですか？
オイラたちはナタでアビスに接触したんだ。アビスはいつも全てを侵食しようとしてて。
スーシ隊長に扮した彼を最後に見てから大砲が発射されるまでに時間はありましたか？
ああ、修理が終わってアイノが大砲を調整するって段階でいなくなったんだ。その後お前に変身して事務所でスーシさんを殺したんだろうな。そして大砲の目標地点で空爆を手に入れた。
Moin David. Ja, dann danke ich dir dafür. Und ja, ich muss mal schauen. Nach 5 Minuten hat schon mal kurz mein Stream hier eine kleine Pause eingelegt. Von sich aus. Für ein paar Sekunden. Aber da wünsche ich dir viel Spaß auf Arbeit. Und da es ja Story ist, werde ich sowieso recht wenig quatschen. Man möchte ja auch ein bisschen was erleben. Von daher passt das ganz gut.
Eh, 筋が通ってます。すべては僕の持っている破片を奪い取るため。この破片は一体何なのでしょうね。どうして月の狩人はこれを必要としているのやら。誰でしょう。来客なんてあるはずないのに。見に行ってみますね。ああ、時か。
お、手紙を持ってるぞ。きっとラウマだ。あいつは動物と話せるからな。どれどれ。
緊急事態だ。ナシャタウンを離れてから間もなく大砲が突然起動し発射準備に入った。狙いはスターダストビーチに定められている。速やかにナシャタウンに戻り援護に回ってくれ、ラウマ。
月の狩人の仕業だな。でもなんでまた大砲だ。前ので目的は達成したんじゃなかったのか。
時間がありません。あちらはもう準備ができています。前回月の狩人と遭遇した時、彼の体が一部欠けていたのを覚えていますか？ もし次の一撃が彼の力を増幅させれば、完全な姿を取り戻してしまうかもしれません。
どうすればいいんだ？ここからナシャタウンまでは遠すぎて絶対間に合わないぞ。
我々は目標地点に直接向かいましょう。月の狩人を止めなくては。ラウマさんに手紙を書いてこのことをお伝えしましょう。ナシャタウンのことは彼女たちに。
急ぎの知らせだ。頼むぞ。
やはりここでしたか。
人はいつもそうだ。本質を理解しないまま力を欲す。制御もできないくせにな。だが帰ってくる方法を見つけられたのはお前たちのおかげだ。
また大砲になんか仕掛けたんだろう。今度こそ思い通りにはさせないからな。
まだ仲間に希望を抱いてるのか。無駄だ。大砲を止めようとしたところでナシャタウンの者たちは理解しようとしないだろう。次々と現れるワイルドハントの脅威に怯える彼らにとって大砲は唯一の救いだ。それこそ俺が彼らに教えた真理だ。それが奴らの望みだろう。力を崇拝すればするほど絶望的な破滅から逃れられなくなる。
僕たちがナシャタウンから離れるのをずっと待っていたんですね。
ああ、出なければあの愛のというやつはきっと大砲の発射を阻止できる。愚かな民は大砲を止めようとする者の行く手を阻むだろう。一方でお前たちの慈悲深く軟弱な仲間たちは
計画の成功に満足しているようですね。ならばメイドのお土産に一つだけ教えてください。あなたは今や完全に効力を失ったこの破片を強く欲していましたね。
あれは俺の残骸だ。
残
かつての俺は幾千万もの破片に分解され混沌とした時間の中に投げ込まれた。それでも俺の命と意志が消えることはなかった。自我の破片が至るところで悲鳴を上げている。
どういうことだよ。
あの恐るべきワイルドハントを呼び起こしたのは全てあなたの残骸の仕業ということですか。
偶然にも破片が揃って俺を構築してくれた。残念ながら見つけられたのは骨格や体毛といったさほどだが、お前が今手にしているその破片は俺の心臓だ。
なるほど。だからあんなに強く反応していたんですね。
この猛烈な空爆を制御し完全な再生に至るにはその破片を取り戻さねばならない。
だから大砲を起動したんですね。できるだけ力を回復して破片を奪い取るために。
狂ってるぞ。死ぬのが怖くないのかよ。
この程度の力で俺を殺せやしない。ただ肉体が何千回と破壊され再生されていくだけだ。許せないのはお前に心臓を壊されたことだ。 強度や流れにはとうに慣れた。この一撃から吸い取れる力は前回の何倍にもなるだろう。たとえ全ての力を完全に回復できなくとも、この世界で俺を邪魔する者どもを全て滅ぼすには十分だ。お前たちは俺に屈する前に空爆によって俺の養分として溶かされてしまうだろうがな。
旅人、後ろ光が。ちょっと、一体誰が大砲をいじったの？
大砲の防御バリアも起動されています。何らかの妨害を予測しての行動だと推測されます。空気中の恐怖と焦燥に獣たちの不安が増している。一体何が起きているのだ。
やっと来たね。全部月の狩人の計画のうちだったみたいだ。人々ヤフォダが中に入って偵察してるけど、すぐに戻ってくるはずだ。
戻ってきたよ。かなりまずいぞ。街のあちこちに噂が広まってる。ワイルドハントがもうすぐかつてないほど強大な魔物を生み出すとかなんとか。でも一番厄介なのは、大砲でこの災いに対処できるってほとんどの人が信じてないことだ。みんな逃げる準備をしてる。この混乱に乗じて人儲けしようとしてるやつまでいるんだ。
災いは信じておるのに、何故お金などにこだわるのだ。
未曾有の危機は千載一遇のチャンスでもあるからね。混乱はあらゆる罪の痕跡を覆い隠してくれる。全てを捨てて逃げたところで運命に希望を託すことになる。どうせならここで一発賭けに出ようと考える奴がいたっておかしくないさ。人生を書き換えるような博打のチャンスは一生にそう何度もあるものじゃないからね。
だとしても
英月様は見てられないとのことだから、この件はあんたに任せる。問題はこれだけじゃないからね。
その通りです。一刻も早くナシャタウンの混乱を収めなければなりません。また大砲も想定外の動きをしています。誤操作のリスクは極めて高いため、すぐに止める必要があります。
それに関しては誰かが大砲の稼働を阻止しに来る可能性があるってみんな話してたぞ。誰一人中に入れてくれないよ。これを作ったのはアイノなのに、誰にもアイノの邪魔はさせないから。
月の狩人はあんたが出てくる可能性も当然考慮してるだろうね。例えば目の前にいるのは愛の本人ではなく、ワイルドハントの魔物が扮した姿かもって疑惑。
その可能性は非常に高いです。人々にとって大砲はナシャタウンを守る唯一の希望です。発射を阻止しようとするのがワイルドハント側のものであると考えるのは一理あります。強い抵抗があるでしょう。しかし彼らはあくまで一般人です。武力行使は可能な限り避けねばなりません。時間がない。私が行って町の人々を落ち着かせるゆえ、そなたらは何とか大砲を阻止してくれ。帰ってきたのか。なんだ、返事か。旅人は間に合わない。直接スターダストビーチに向かうとのことだ。
スターダストビーチだって？それって攻撃の目標地点じゃないか。何しに行くんだ？
危険度評価最高。
つまりこの大砲を止められなかったら、
あいつはもう決心したんだ。
期待を裏切るわけにはいかぬ。行こう。
さっきまでは逃げようとする人が多かったから大した支障はなかったけど、こっからはそう簡単にはいかないだろうね。どうやら大砲を守る部隊を自発的に結成したようだ。もし奴らにワイルドハントと勘違いされたら強行突破するしかない。
ラウマ様、本当にラウマ様ですか？リクサか。キーシ島に長く暮らしているのだ。私の力だとわかるだろう。他の者に真似できるはずがない。はい、この馴染み深い感覚、エーゲチス様に違いありません。でもなぜラウマ様がここに？私がラウマ様を信じたとしても、みんなはここの者たちはある情報に惑わされ、軽率にも大砲を起動した。その計画を止めに来たのだ。しかし言いたいことは分かっておる。キーシ島とナシャタウンはかねてより疎遠だった。私がこうして関わる理由などないと思うだろう。だがそなたらがキーシ島を離れることを選んだのは、勇気を出して新たな生活を切り開くためだったはずだ。足を踏み出したばかりだというのに騒動に巻き込まれてしまうなど理不尽すぎる。そなたらの他にも懸命に日々を生き、混乱に振り回されたくないと願う者は必ずいる。私が手を差し伸べるのには十分だ。それは共に過ごしてきた長い時の中で芽生えた友情のためであり、私の心からの願いでもある。ありがとうございます、エーゲチス様。どうか私たちをお救いください。ならばついてくるがよい。共に困難に立ち向かってくれ。はい、わかりました。
あんたに任せて正解だったみたいだね。じゃあみんなまた後で。
ネフェル姉ちゃんは来ないの？
この規模の騒動を私たちだけで解決しようなんざ無謀だね。顔が利く大物を呼んでこよう。行くよヤフォだ。
みんなまた後で。また会えるよな。
我々自身の手によって切り開くべきだ。肝に銘じておいてくれ。
はい、エーゲチス様。間違いなくエーゲチス様だ。前にもそうおっしゃったんだ。
おっしゃる通り、頼るべきは自分自身の力です。
私たちに任せて離れてください。
エーゲチス様、子供がいます。もう大丈夫だ。行くがよい。
アビスの化け物どもめ、大砲には絶対に近づかせない。
そなたらの恐れる化け物などここにはおらぬ。数えきれないほどの災いを生んできたのはそなたらの狂気だ。
他にどんな道があると言うんだ。
運命で欲望や破壊を正当化することなどできぬ選択権を握っているのはそなたらだ。今も それは変わらぬ。送ってくださりありがとうございました。あそこから登れば防御バリアも素早く乗り越えられそうです。ああ、大砲は任せたよ。
うん、ありがとうラウマ。イネファ、クルムかけを作ってあげて。
承りました。ただし後ほど、今は早く出発しなければなりません。皆の者、私の話を聞いてほしい。我々はそれぞれ違う信念を持っている。しかし巨大な脅威を前にした今、互いを信じることが何より寛容だ。さもなくばよからぬことを企む者に隙を突かれてしまうだろう。先が見えぬゆえに恐怖が生まれ、戦い方を知らぬゆえに逃げることを選んでしまう。迷える者たちよ、ついてくるがよい。私は神ではない。だが一人一人がろうそくを携えて月光のもとに集まれば、欺瞞や流言の影も必ずや追い払えるだろう。いかなる困難も己を守ろうとする我々の決意を揺るがすことはできぬ。
行くよイネファ、ここから登ろう。思ったよりフラフラするかも。
ルートを変更します。
ちょっと邪魔しないで。あれ、道がない。
ルートがなくなりました。間もなく落下します。
さっさと出てこい。あ、すごい。
突撃準備。バリアを突破します。
ボコボコダック？なんで君が？見て見て、敵だよ。
塵となってください。防衛モード起動。交渉は終わりです。ラミングを検出。反撃モードに入ります。
ちょっとまずいかも。イネファ、早く。
検査中。空爆弾薬装填および温度調整完了。発射前の最終検査段階のようです。
緊急停止しよう。
演算中。手遅れです。緊急停止プログラムを起動した場合、空爆が大砲内で爆発します。爆発は ナシャタウンが丸ごと上空へ吹き飛ぶほどの威力で甚大な損害をもたらします。
プログラムじゃなくて手動でね。
手動停止ですね。かしこまりました。間に合いません。
無駄だ。もう遅い。
そうかもしれません。逃げないのですか？まずいですね。
なんと期待外れな。鈍く硬い肉体だ。力を発揮できたとして昔の10分の1程度か。またもやお前たちに計画を台無しにされた。
取り戻したいのは人間の体ではないんですね。気をつけてください。体を取り戻すまではまだ理性を残していたようですが、今の彼は執念でできた最悪そのものです。
構うものか。心臓があろうがなかろうが、何事呼べなかろうが、お前らも らも知識の狂気に陥る類だな。だがお前らの求める真相はつまらん。そのために死ぬなど大笑い草だ。
違うわ。未知は霧のようなもの、払えば消える。知識こそが世界の礎よ。強くなったのはそっちだけじゃないわ。フロニア。
危ないところでした。あなたが僕たちを逃がしてくださったんですね。ありがとうございます。緊急事態でもなければ、草花が静かに咲き誇るこのような場所に他人を入れたくはなかったのではないですか。おっと、もしかしてお知り合いですか。なら僕はついでというわけですね。改めて感謝いたします。
コロンビーナ、一体何の真似よ。奴の能力を徹底的に分析してプロンニアに徹底的な対策を組み込んだわ。雪辱を果たすチャンスだったのに。
でも撃たれたんでしょ。
戦いなんだから、そりゃ撃ったり撃たれたりするわよ。あいつにプライドのかけらもなかったことは予想外だったわ。正攻法ならこっちのものだけど、プロンニアはまだ全体を見る能力がないから。
彼に勝てると本気で思ってたんだね。君の演算には誤差がありすぎる。最近ちゃんと休めてる？早寝早起きは大事だよ。もしくは前に私が勧めた
ちょっとコロンビーナ、同僚だったからこれまでは我慢してきたけど、自分がファデュイに指名手配されてること忘れてない？私の我慢の限界を試さないで。
私はただサンドローネのことが心配で、前も研究が行き詰まって部屋から出てこなかったでしょ。
余計なお世話よ。二度とこんな変な場所に勝手に連れてこないで。行きましょう、プロンニア。
君たちのこと気になってたの。豪月の女神の遺骸が月の狩人の手に入ることを止めたかっただけじゃない。君たちには何度も助けられたから、そちらのついでに助かった方もよろしくね。他にしてあげられることはもうないけど。
本当に素直でまっすぐな方だ。フリンズです。お会いできて光栄です。
でもこれからどうすればいいんだ？月の狩人はまた強くなったみたいだし、オイラたちじゃ相手になりそうもないぞ。
ほとんどの空爆はそれたので、一旦奴の計画を止めることはできましたが、奴の目的は未だに分かっていません。さらなる力を追い求める可能性も考えられます。慎重を期した方がいいでしょう。
君たちを隔離してから彼の存在を感じられなくなった。
ってことはしばらくは大丈夫なのか？
ちなみにコロンビーナさん、一つ伺いたいのですが、先ほど空爆のレーザー砲がそれた時、飛散したレーザーのいくつかが非死島に向かいましたが、何かによって防がれていました。あれもあなたが？
いいえ。
そうですか。不思議ですね。
そういえば確かにレーザーの方向が変わってたよな。アイノたちは無事か？戻って確かめようぜ。
僕も失礼します。これ以上ここの静寂を打ち破るのは忍びないですからね。コロンビーナさん、改めてありがとうございました。
気にしないで。さようなら。また力が戻らない。私に残された時間もあまり長くはないみたい。
何人かの住民が怪我をしたが、幸い被害は最小限に抑えられておる。しかし完全な体を手に入れた月の狩人の目的についてはまだ誰もわからぬのだな。
まるで凶暴なククリュウが野放しにされたような状況ですね。皆さん、ククリュウをご存知ないのですか？
知ってるけど、あんまりいい例えじゃない気がするぞ。
この世界がどうでもいいなら、私たちと対立する理由はないはずだ。それがもし復讐のために来たとしても、私たちにはどうしようもないね。
今からでも退職したら間に合うかな。冗談だよ。もう逃げ道はないってことぐらい分かってるさ。自慢の大砲が問題ばかり起こしちゃうなんて。もういい、すぐに分解する。普通のワイルドハントをぶっ潰す時とかは役に立つんだし、気にするなって。
フリンズ、後でライトキーパーのところに行って事後処理を済ませてきてくれ。すでに話は通してあるから、厄介なことにはならないはずだ。
ありがとうございます。いろいろと力を貸してくださったそうですね。あなたがいなければ真相にはたどり着けなかったでしょう。
もっとあんたが自分をさらけ出せてれば、 最初から孤軍奮闘しなくて済んだと思うけどね。
アドバイスありがとうございます。心に留めておきましょう。数子隊長の後を継ぐことになれば、もっと成長できるでしょう。
おお、お前昇格するのか？そうだったのか。気づかなかったのオイラだけか。
もしお時間があれば、一緒に来ませんか？あの方を見送りに。まるで灯台のような方でした。当たり前のようにすぐそばにいて、周囲に光の恵みを与えていました。しかし、人々はいつしか光になれ、灯台の存在を忘れてしまったんです。やがて、彼自身までもがそう思い込むようになりました。大したことはしてない。それどころか、まだまだ力不足だ。忍耐強く、時を待たないと。結末は悲しいものになってしまいましたが、人々の進む道を照らしてくれた数子隊長を僕は誇りに思っています。光から生まれる影たちもそれを忘れることはないでしょう。
残念だな。
あ、それなら僕も聞いたことがあります。ほう、そうかもしれませんね。たとえ今回月の狩人が目的を果たし、これまでの努力が水の泡になったとしても、それでも我々は必ず最後まで奴を追い続けるでしょう。たとえ望む結果が得られなかったとしても、墓守の仕事とも似ていますね。死者を生き返らせるためではなく、死者に安らぎを与えるために墓守は存在するのです。ええ。
オイラには意味がわからないぞ。おう。
今回見送るのはランプのフェイではありませんからね。光掲げし者たちよ、鮮血をもって名誉、矢のように過ぎる日々の中で傷だらけになってもしばし足を止め、愛と夜、世界が眠りに落ちた時、誰にも見えない灯火が汝のためにゆっくりと光り出すだろう。今までありがとうございました、数子隊長。
I'd like to meet. What are you doing here?
Was it not you who recommended such walkabouts to me?
Yeah, but aren't you afraid the Fatui will see you?
Zandrone seems uninterested in my capture, and the others are unlikely to risk making contact at all. They have more troublesome affairs to deal with.
Well, it's good to come out for a walk either way. So, how do you feel? Is Nasha Town to your liking?
The flow of Kuvaki is somewhat turbulent, and the people are ill at ease. However, is this where you purchased the dishes you treated me to?
Are you serious? That's what she's concerned about? Berries and fried meat? Well, we can take you to grab a bite if you'd like to. There's all sorts of delicious stuff out here that you won't get to try at home.
You've been quite subdued. Thorny questions on your mind, perhaps? I could not gain any insight into his schemes, I fear. Now that he has donned a shape and form, selling his power short would prove a fatal error. But that power of his plays host to an obsession that borders on mania. I cannot say if that fixation is directed at the moons or at something else. Perhaps understanding the subject of his fixation shall prove key to repelling him in the future. Well, Zandrone's daily routine is highly irregular, while the doctor often orders people around. As for Arlecchino... Was that not what you were curious about? Well then, have you been to that experimental design bureau of theirs? That weapon will play a key role in the Tsaritsa's plan. That's what I've heard, anyway. And what plan is that precisely? Well, I cannot say I care. I could look into the Eternal Moon's marrow for you if you wish it so. But after our previous attempt, I suspect your spaceship has been intentionally hidden away. Perhaps someone has certain truths they wish to hide from you, or from others. And I doubt there are many who could accomplish such a feat. I still wish to return to the moon that belongs to me. That is where the answers lie buried. That is my true home.
Interesting. You followed me this far. Why not show your face?
Haha! Right! Right you are. I forgot to introduce myself. The name's Varka, Knight of Boreas, and Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius.
All things come to an end, even time itself.
Since we said bye to the others in Nasha Town. Still no news about Rarer, though. Where could he have slunk off to? If only he was gone for good. But with all the trouble he stirred up before, there's no way we've seen the last of him.
Hello! You must be the traveler in Paimon? Mr. Flynn has been looking for you. Unfortunately, there's been a serious wild hunt attack over at the quarry. He thinks it's time to regroup and figure out a plan.
A wild hunt? Oh, uh-oh. We better get over there, right away! Come on, let's go!
Care for a dance?
Gotcha. Do your master's bidding.
You were here to watch.
can barely sense any Kuvaki at all. This whole area feels like a soulless husk.
Looks like his appetite truly is insatiable. As if the power of that energy cannon wasn't enough.
He's not seriously still getting stronger? What's his endgame here?
Ah, everyone's here already. Hey, we made it. So, what's going on?
We've all been on high alert since we split up a few days back, expecting Rerir to strike again. But it's like he just vanished into thin air. No one has seen him nor found any trace of his presence. That is, until this morning, when a ratnik found signs of wild hunt activity while out here on patrol. As you can see, the Crystonite itself is physically intact, but the Kuvaki it contained is all but completely diminished.
And we're sure that Rerir did this.
Who else? He's the only one who could pull off a stunt like this.
Kuvaki loss has reached critical levels. Reikir of Solnari set to maximum threat level. Warning, unless de-escalation measures are taken soon, he will pose a threat beyond our ability to contain. The consequences could be catastrophic.
Traveler, do you remember when we encountered Rerir just after regaining his body? There wasn't a shred of sanity left. Nothing.
Yeah, didn't he shout out a bunch of names? Then he started raving about how nothing in this world mattered to him. Oh, Paimon gets chills just thinking about it. Oh, but the thought that he's still out there, lurking somewhere in Nodcry, waiting for his chance to strike? Oh, even chillier.
Last time we fought, we were already at a disadvantage. If he has such overwhelming strength, why would he suddenly go into hiding?
Yeah, if I were him and I wanted more Kuvaki, I'd just take it by force. No point staying in the shadows. Unless something went wrong. His whole resurrection thing didn't exactly go smoothly.
The other thing is, how does someone who's completely lost their mind still have the wherewithal to cover their tracks so perfectly?
Beats me.
According to certain medical studies,
That actually sounds about right. He was ranting away to himself the whole time, like he had zero interest in talking to us.
There are many unanswered questions here. He could be right under our noses, and we'd still be in the dark. Besides his name and title, we know little about him. Certainly nothing about his past, or what he might be hoping to achieve.
Exactly. And we wouldn't even know where to begin looking. Even Boss hadn't heard of the Reikir of Solnari before all this. I'd be willing to bet that even if we gathered together every scrap of intel in Nodcry, we still wouldn't find more than, like, 3 useful facts about him.
So, if we do nothing, he'll just keep getting stronger. But if we want to investigate him, we have no idea where to look. Last time we had Marionette and her big robo-buddy to help us, and we still barely held our ground. If we had to face him alone... Oh, Paimon's head hurts just thinking about it. What are we supposed to do against a threat this big?
Well, I do have a little hunch about his next move. Given that he attacked the quarry, I'd say it's likely he'll target other places rich in Kuvaki. Somewhere like the Eye of Krati, or the Pillar of Embla. One thing's for sure. If we just sit back and let him keep absorbing Kuvaki, we really won't stand a chance against him.
a perfectly reasonable hypothesis. However, it is worth noting that these two locations are quite far apart. To investigate them both, we'll need to split up.
I agree, we should split up. Right now, Rerir's goal seems to be gathering Kuvaki, not fighting us directly. Once we're done, let's regroup on Hisi Island.
Wait, why Hisi Island?
If I recall correctly, your largest goddess statue was carved from Kuvaki-rich ore, was it not?
That's right. Yes, it could well be a potential target of his. I should head back and start evacuating the pilgrims.
Stop's always gonna be risky. But I guess we don't have much choice, right? We're in a race against time here. And if we do run into Rear, what then?
That's when you follow the third rule of treasure hunting. Run like the wind.
Didn't you say the third rule was go with the flow?
I don't know. Did I? Anyway, whatever. In this situation, go with the flow means go find backup.
Agreed. If anyone finds so much as a trace of Rear, do not pursue him. Get out of the area and alert the rest of us as soon as possible. We need to put safety first.
All right, we'd better get moving. Come on, Anefa, let's go.
Any leads?
Nope. Diddly squat. No clues to where he might be hiding. It's like he's a ghost. It feels like we're sitting on a powder keg that could go off at any second. Oh, I hate this feeling. I'd rather face him head on than be left hanging like this.
So, you guys didn't find anything either?
Not loving the word either. How about you, Flintz?
I questioned a few Ratniki and eventually narrowed my investigation down to one suspicious individual. But by the time I got to his place, he was already gone. Almost as if he knew someone was on to him. Either that or he's just extremely cautious and doesn't stay in one place for long.
He's been biding his time for a while now. The question is, where or what is his next target?
No idea. Since regaining his body, he seems to have lost all interest in the fragment in my possession. If he did still want it, he's had plenty of chances to take it.
All we can do now is hope that I know and Anefa turn up some leads. Darn it, Rear. If you've got the guts, come face me one-on-one! Wait, he's actually here? I didn't mean it, I swear!
No, it's coming from Silver Moon Hall. The Lady Kutar might be in danger.
Let's get over there, quick!
Time for questions. Stop him!
This is insane.
Yehuda, get Kutar out of here!
On it.
evil light has gotten you. Now, you shall plunge into darkness. Thelindis, soon, I will find a way.
Watch out!
Find them. Even if it means turning this place to ashes.
That was too close! We barely made it out of there alive! What's that guy's deal? How'd he get so crazy strong?
He's a threat to this entire nation. I doubt his strength could even be measured by conventional standards.
I have a question. When me and Anefa showed up, we saw him chasing after this lady like he wanted her dead. What was that all about? We weren't there for the whole thing either. They were already duking it out by the time we arrived.
Yeah, we didn't see how it all started. It all escalated so quickly, we had no choice but to step in.
Kutar, can you shed any light on the situation?
Kutar. Cross-checking database. I see. So you're the one that the Frost Moon Scions refer to as the Moon Goddess?
Wait, she's the moon goddess? Oh, no wonder she looks just like all those statues.
There are many reasons why people might worship the moon, and just as many why they might despise it. I've never met that person before, but there was no mistaking his deep-seated hostility towards me. Why he holds me in such contempt, I cannot say. But since he hunts the power of the moon, it's no surprise that I am a target.
Kutar.
There are many potential motives. For instance, you help the traveler escape his grasp. This could be his way of taking revenge. It is also possible that he covets the Kuvaki inside you, and seeks to take it for his own. The list goes on. But, right now, devising a counter-strategy should be our #1 priority. The likelihood of this location being discovered is close to 100%.
A counter-strategy? We don't stand a chance against an enemy like this. Surely our only option is to run. He's not gonna chase us to the end of the world, right? So as long as we can sneak out of Nodcry undetected... No, I can't say that. Come on, Yehoda. This is serious stuff. You can't suggest we all just chicken out.
Running is our only option.
Huh?
You seem surprised, but what other choice do we have? We are facing an enemy we cannot possibly defeat in battle.
Well, I mean, yeah, but still.
It's not too late. I can distract him, so you have plenty of time to make your escape.
Wait, what? You're gonna act as bait?
Doesn't that make sense? I'm the one he's after. There's no need for you to risk your necks on my behalf. A coyote doesn't stop for bypassers while it's howling at the moon. What is it, Loma? The Frost Moon Scions have already grown accustomed to life without their goddess. My presence here is no longer essential, And this is not my home, so you needn't ask me to stay.
We can't just roll over and let him get away with this. That's not our style.
Yeah, we can't just call it quits after everything we've been through together. Besides, she pretty much saved my life back there. If I just ditched her now, I'd never forgive myself.
We can't overlook that you have saved our lives multiple times now. To talk of returning the favor would be a little crass for my liking. But suffice to say that we are friends, and friends look out for one another.
Rir's true objective remains unclear. Even if we were to sacrifice Muskutar, there's no guarantee he would stop.
But...
Kutar, I know why you left the Frostmoon Scion so long ago. It was because people started treating prayer as a form of trade. They would make self-centered wishes, force you to accept meaningless offerings in return, and then expect you to perform miracles for them, as if that were their entitlement. If it were me, I might have walked away too. But I believe that time can change everything, and that sometimes it takes losing something precious to appreciate its true worth. After much reflection, I've realized that this was never about whether the Frostmoon Scions need you. Any relationship based on need is purely transactional. What I truly hope is that you'll choose to stay, not out of obligation, but as part of our family. You were born here, and now you've returned. Who knows? Perhaps it was the moonlight that guided you home.
Thank you, Lauma. But my power is on the wane. I'm afraid I will be of little use to you now. Very well then. I'll do as you say.
Both times you saved us, we were transported across great distances in an instant. Is that one of your powers as the Moon Goddess?
It is, but I find it very draining. I barely managed to pull it off just now, and it will be some time before I'm strong enough to do so again. Rejected by the world, my power is dwindling. Like a lake, cut off from its source, slowly shrinking away. Now, it has almost run dry.
What do you mean, rejected by the world?
The three moons belong to the ancient bygone. The three moons are not one and the same. As the goddess of the Frost Moon, I cannot wield the powers of the other two. Yet moonlight has a way of blending together. Each can reflect the other's glow. So when our fingers touched, I was able to restore my strength by drawing Kuvaki from the eternal moon's marrow. But this method of recovery is painfully slow. If only we could find the...
It's the Wild Hunt! Even faster than we expected. We'll have to finish this conversation later.
See how those Wild Hunt creatures are running away from us. They're likely just a scouting party, which means Rerir won't be far behind.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's get the heck out of here!
Observe.
What's the matter? Bit off more than you could chew?
Hold up! Who are you? Uncle Varka! You're back from Amsvartnir? Whoa! You're Varka? Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius?
We could save the intros for later. Right now, let's get you all out of this hellhole. Follow me. I know somewhere you'll be safe.
Oh, is that where I think it is?
That's the one. Come on, move! There's no time to waste.
Wow! Where are we? This is so well hidden.
Well, that goes without saying. This is the Knights of Favonius' meeting place in Nodcry, and a contact hub for the Northern Intelligence Network. AKA, the black market of intel. No matter what faction you're with, it's the place to buy and sell information. Their headquarters are in Nodcry, but they've got contacts in every nation. As an expeditionary force on foreign soil, working with them has offered us the most effective way of getting our hands on reliable local intel. This is where we meet, so naturally, it's secure. Anyway, where were we? Folks from Nodcry should be pretty familiar with me by now, but I believe this is the first time we've met. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Varka, Knight of Boreas, and Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius.
We've heard all about you. This meeting's been a long time coming. You look way younger than Paimon expected, but you definitely have that Grand Master vibe.
Well, I'm no spring chicken. Just not showing my age yet. Definitely feeling some of that back pain today, though. Rushed back from Amsvartnir without a wink of sleep, only to get right into another fight with that freshly revived maniac.
Another? You mean you fought him before?
Yep. He wasn't nearly as strong back then, but he was still a formidable foe. I brought some of the knights along to give him a little surprise, but he saw us coming from a mile off. My squad took heavy injuries, and I barely made it out alive myself. We knew it might have been our last chance, so we staked everything on it. But still, it wasn't enough to stop him. I tried tracking him down afterwards, but he didn't leave a trace. Even in his unhinged mental state, he's as cautious as any trained operative. So, I decided to come find you. And as luck would have it, turned up to find you being ambushed by the Wild Hunt. The rest, you already know.
Is that why he's been frantically absorbing Kuvaki these past few days? Because he sees you as a threat?
Maybe I'm part of the equation, but even if I weren't, I'm sure he'd still be gathering power. He's clearly working up towards something.
Note to self, Uncle Varka's strength rating officially upgraded.
Guess it's my turn to ask questions now. So, what exactly has been happening in Nodcry? Why has the Wild Hunt returned in humanoid form? And why is it after you?
That's a long story, but I'll try to make it quick.
Wow, I had no idea so much had happened. Sounds like you guys have really been through it. So, the Kutar is actually a Fatui Harbinger. And all this Wild Hunt activity in Nodcry is the work of the Raker of Solnari, one of the 5 sinners. That's a lot to take in. Need some time to wrap my head around it all.
I'm truly sorry, Mr. Varka. You stood with us against the Wild Hunt and did everything you could to stop it from escalating into a full-blown catastrophe. And then, the one time you're away, it all comes to a head and all your hard work gets undone.
You've got nothing to apologize for, Miss Moonchanter. You can plan 100 steps ahead and still slip up. That's just life. No one knows what tomorrow holds. You can't predict which way the wind will blow next. And, to be perfectly honest, I can't say I'm surprised. For all the times we've defeated the Wild Hunt in the past, we've never been able to completely wipe it out. Turns out, we were just delaying the inevitable. But now that a new variable has come into play, fate may well take a different course.
A new variable? You mean us?
Who else? And in a strange way, I think his resurgence might not be an entirely bad thing. The Wild Hunt is like an unrelenting force of nature, but Rerir is an individual with an agenda. He's gotta have a weak spot somewhere. That said, while I know I was explaining everything just now, some of the points that Mr. Flint's added caught my attention.
You mean about our mystery ally?
That's right. From what you've said, not only did they lead you straight to some key files, they also shielded Hisi Island from a lethal Kuvaki blast. I don't know who or what could pull something like that off. Heck, even Miss Columbina doesn't have a clue.
I hadn't heard the story about those files. Would you mind repeating their titles for me?
Wild Hunt Phenomena Log, a Nodcrian Ratnik's Field Journal, and Kuvaki Survey Log.
Oh. No. Still doesn't ring a bell.
Another dead end. Guess all we can do now is hope that our mystery ally keeps showing up when we most need them. Still, it's safest to assume they won't be intervening again. From here on out, we'll have to resolve this crisis by ourselves. Your intel also explains something else I've been wondering about. The reason I led my team to Amsfarnir was because we'd had reports about a possible source of the Wild Hunt showing up there. But once we looked into it, it turned out to be a red herring. I don't know who was behind it, but clearly, it served its purpose. I doubt it's by chance that he happened to make his comeback while my attention was diverted. And from everything you told me, it sounds like his scheming began well before his return. So maybe luring me away was all a part of his plan. But is it even possible that he orchestrated all of this by himself? The Moon Maiden and the Raker of Solnari. Nodcry of all places. The way everything is unfolding, it can't be a coincidence.
So, what do we do now? Got any ideas?
Right now, we've got at least 3 things to consider. Let's go through them one by one. First, we need to figure out how to take down Rerir. If we can't beat him in a straight-up fight, the rest won't even matter. To my knowledge, the bulk of Nodcry's fighting force is already gathered here. But even with everyone united, we're still no match for Rerir in his current state, let alone with his power still growing.
What if there was a way to tap into a new power of our own?
How so?
Have you thought of something, Columbina?
3 moons once watched over this world. The Eternal Moon was the largest. The Frost Moon was the brightest. And the Iridescent Moon was the most mysterious. They say that back then, the 3 moon goddesses wielded immense power, enough to shape the workings of the world itself. I now bear the Frost Moon's power, and the Eternal Moon's marrow resides within the Traveler.
Hold on. Are you suggesting...
The Iridescent Moon, the last piece in the puzzle.
That's right. If we can find the Iridescent Moon's marrow, I will be able to regain my strength much more quickly.
The 3 moons are said to stir the tides and illuminate all things. Perhaps they hold further secrets beyond our understanding.
According to my analysis, the solution is feasible. However, it is subject to one major condition. How do we locate the Iridescent Moon's marrow?
I know a way, but we will need to visit the Fatui's Experimental Design Bureau.
The Experimental Design Bureau? Are you saying we need to involve Marionette?
Yes. I must speak with Sandrone.
It's a long way from here to the Experimental Design Bureau. There's a high chance you'll be spotted. You shouldn't go alone.
Then that's settled. Next up, our second priority. Somehow, we need to figure out Rerir's end goal. As you saw for yourselves, when he was still in his Wild Hunt form, everything he did was for the sake of recovering his body and resurrecting himself. His first act since then, after laying low for a while, was to try and assassinate this young lady. People's obsessions often reveal their greatest vulnerabilities. There must be a reason why he despises the moon so deeply. Perhaps it sheds some light on his title, the Raker of Solnari. The Wild Hunt has plagued Notcry for centuries now. If we want to stop it for good, we have to get to the root cause of what's driving it.
It's true. We still know very little about him. If Kuthar hadn't given us that lead, we wouldn't even know his name.
But where would we even start? I doubt even the Intel Queen of Notcry has a clue, and she has info coming out of her ears.
Oh? That's a rather hasty conclusion for someone who's so painstakingly meticulous when it comes to dealing with machines.
She heard me.
Boss! What are you doing here?
I'm now asking myself the same question. I received a letter from a humble knight of Favonius, requesting a meeting to discuss a major business deal. But it looks like this humble knight had something else in mind.
Details. Miss Neffer, the important thing is that you've arrived at the perfect time. Since his failed ambush, I've been racking my brains trying to come up with a plan to fight Rarier. Given the severity of the situation, I think it's fair to say that our only chance lies in uniting as one. And I'm talking all the factions in Notcry. We can't do this without the Curatorium, but I knew it'd be a tough job to win you over. So, I took the liberty of reaching out for a little chat.
Wait a sec. How did you even hear about this place, Neffer? Didn't you say this is meant to be the Knights of Favonius' meeting spot? And a contact hub for the Northern Intelligence Network? And isn't it supposed to be super hidden?
You really think he could have gotten settled in Nodcry without my help? Besides, I'm the one running this gig. Of course I know where the meeting place is.
Allow me to introduce the current head of the Northern Intelligence Network. If it's intel you're after, she's your woman. Pretty much seen and heard it all.
Please spare me the flattery. Let's cut to the chase. Seems like you've run into some trouble, huh? Well, this certainly qualifies as an unforeseen crisis. On behalf of the Curatorium of Secrets, I wish you all the best of luck.
So you're just going to sit this one out?
Why should I get involved? What could possibly be in it for me?
What if we told you we can't do this without you?
Oh? Then I'd say, you'd better make it worth my while. I don't work for free.
I can't put a price on something like this. It's just not in my nature. But then again, you and I have always been polar opposites in this regard. So I can't exactly say I didn't see this coming. If you insist on compensation, I will pay you. Consider this a formal commission. Sound fair?
You just don't give up, do you? Too bad. I know you well enough to know you can't afford my prices. The riskier the job, the more it'll cost. And a Moonchanter's stipend isn't exactly generous. Unless you're planning to start passing the donation box around among the faithful.
Boss, just a thought. If they come up short, maybe you can take the difference out of my next few paychecks. Things got really dangerous during the fight with Rarier. If this girl hadn't saved me, I'd be ley line fodder by now. I'd be gone for good, boss. If there's any way we can make this work, I'd really like to help her. Please? I'm begging you.
This is why I'm always telling you never accept favors. They are the hardest debts to repay. You have to be careful who you get involved with, or you invite all kinds of misfortune. Very well, Yehoda, I will help. But just this once. Don't count on this happening again. Flins, that fragment that Rarier was after, do you still have it on you?
Of course.
Let me borrow it. I need it to follow up on some leads.
Wait, you actually have some leads?
Shh. This is top secret information.
I get it. We all have things we'd rather keep to ourselves. Plus, I know we can count on you, so we'll leave the intel gathering in your hands. And that brings me to the third and final item. We need to find a way to distract him. We need time to make our move, so someone will have to stall him. I'm in for this part, no matter what. Anyone coming with?
Count me in too.
Come off it, you two! Quit playing heroes! I'm way ahead of you here. Nefa did a scan of the Moon Goddess's Kuvaki signature, and we're gonna use it to make some decoys over at the Krumkake craft shop. Anyone who's in, follow me. Once they're ready, we'll deploy the decoys across Nogcry. So as long as the rest of you keep moving, he won't catch on to your scent and won't be able to track you down.
I like it. Genius idea.
No biggie.
All right then, we'll split into 3 teams. Once your team has finished their mission, return here and wait for the others. Dismissed!
Lady Damselette. Wait, and you two? What are you doing at the Kuvaki Experimental Design Bureau? We've been doing our best to mind our own business lately. But if you're just gonna waltz up here like this, you're seriously pressing your luck. Don't blame us for doing what we have to.
Huh! You really think that's gonna scare us off?
We're not looking for any trouble. I just want to see Zandrone.
Do I need to remind you that you're still a wanted fugitive for deserting us? Out of consideration for our former ties and the crisis we're all up against, we'll let you leave in one piece. But don't even think about trying to get inside.
Let them in.
But...
Are you going to make me repeat that?
No, my lady.
Zandrone seems to be in a good mood. Must be maintenance day.
So tell me, to what do I owe the honor this time? Actually, before you answer that, just so we're clear, we're not colleagues anymore, Columbina. I don't owe you anything.
I promise it's nothing big.
It seems like you've gotten the wrong idea here. The only reason I let you in was because I was bored. It seemed like a way to kill some time and satisfy my own curiosity. Whatever miscalculations I may or may not have made in the past, I haven't lost the plot enough to even consider sticking my neck out for your sakes.
I'd like to speak with Arlecchino.
What? Huh? You mean the knave?
I'd like to speak with Arlecchino. Is she in Nodcry?
No, she's not. Once the work on this facility was completed, she went back with the Rooster and Regrator. The only ones in Nodcry are me and... What is it you need to speak to her about anyway?
Rerir is hunting me. If I'm going to face him, I must first retrieve the lost moon. Is that a no, then?
As if I need reminding. I was this close to settling things with him before someone decided to whisk me away to their weird little garden.
Have you held any tea parties lately?
Tea parties? Yeah, obviously. You don't seriously think we'd pack it all in just because you aren't here. If anything, they've been more eventful than ever. Just me, Arlecchino, and a bunch of insolent, insensitive guests who won't stop asking where you've gone. Oh, they've been a real joy.
I bet you served them the worst tea you have. Just like you used to do to me when I upset you.
Who cares about how good the tea is when there's no one around to drink it? I keep losing people. First Rosaline, now you? I'm running out of people who can make me laugh. Honestly, what could be more ridiculous than the multi-centenarian goddess, who's only ever had the plain herbal tea she received as offerings?
You'd always brew a different type of tea for me each time. Was it really just to see how I'd react?
Well, duh. Why else? Watching you squirm was practically my only form of entertainment. Oh, yeah. And Capitano sometimes used to bring Tartaglia around, too. But I guess we won't be seeing him again. Well, I guess we are overdue for a get-together. Polonia! Have Fabronia pass a message to Arlecchino for me. It's time for tea. Will suffice.
Pass along a message for me, too, if you would. My body cannot contain the marrow of 2 moons, so I'll be leaving one of them in her care.
Excuse me? Who said you were on the guest list? If my tea meant that much to you, maybe quitting the Fatui wasn't your brightest move. Back when you were under the Tsaritsa's protection, no one would have dared come at you so openly.
But that protection didn't come for free. In fact, I paid dearly for it. At the end of the day, it was just another transaction. I just got tired, that's all. I never wanted any part in their grand ambitions, and I've had enough of being treated like a bottomless supply of power. It brings back memories from the old days, when I was still worshipped as the moon goddess. Centuries on, it may be a different group of people, but I see the same greed in their eyes.
I figured you'd leave eventually.
You didn't have as much of a reason to stay as I do. The Tsaritsa gave you shelter and protection, but that was it. Nothing more, nothing less. Meanwhile, the Fatui demanded everything from you in return, until it was more than you could bear. I get why you left. And frankly, I have no interest in dragging you back just because the higher-ups told me to. But if you keep hanging around with this riffraff, the next time we cross paths, we might be enemies for real.
Guess that's our cue to leave.
That might be your plan, but it sounds like someone else wants you to stay a little longer.
Huh? What do you mean?
Listen.
My lady, it's the Wild Hunt. A horde of monsters is headed straight for the facility.
Another uninvited guest trying to crash my tea party. Clear the area. I'll handle this.
Wait, what? You want us to leave you here by yourself?
Huh. You'll be lucky to make it out of this alive. You really think you can afford to worry about me? Go on, get out of here. You may have stopped Polonia from crushing him last time, but I've made sure that won't happen again. The entire Experimental Design Bureau is rigged for war. Stay and watch if you want, but it'll be at your own risk. You're not flagged as friendlies in the weapon system. Don't tell me what to do! Look, if you're leaving, make it quick. Or you'll just get in my way. There's a secret passage on the second floor. It'll take you right to the plains out back. Stare all you want, Columbina. You're not getting another invitation to my tea party.
I know. But thank you anyway, Zandrone.
This is exactly why you shouldn't hang around with those people. All their melodrama and sentimental nonsense is rubbing off on you. Come on then, Mr. Right here. Let's pick up where we left off. It's your Wild Hunt monstrosities versus my beautiful creations. Let's see who comes out on top.
gotten far.
So this is your method for investigating Rerear's past. It almost looks like some kind of ceremony.
Good deduction. But it's quite a different affair from what you're used to with the Frostmoon Scions.
Whoa! First time I've ever been in here. Boss always said it was off limits, so I pictured some kind of creepy dungeon. But it's actually kinda nice. Oh, I guess this must be Sumero decor? That's where Boss is from. And that nice shopkeeper who sold me my treasure compass.
I'm not sure exactly what you've got planned, but it looks like you're all set. When do we begin?
Whenever we wish. But for some reason, I've got a feeling this isn't going to end well. I've never faced Rerir myself, but from what you've told me, his power is beyond anything I could imagine. I, on the other hand, am just an ordinary businesswoman. Our paths should never have crossed, yet here I am, forced to make an enemy of him.
If you ask me, you're about as far from ordinary as it gets. So what are you saying? You're getting cold feet?
Once I take a job, there's no backing out. Still, I have to ask myself if the power I'm relying on will even work on an opponent of this caliber. And also how to make sure I come out of this alive if things spiral out of control. Death is the one thing we can take for granted. It is the great equalizer, however fortunate or unfortunate we may otherwise be. So it's important to consider how to spend what lifespan we have left.
Come on, boss. Lighten up. Quit talking about death. It's bad luck.
For once, I agree with you. When you're up against a foe like Rerir, there's no such thing as being too prepared. Is there anything I can do to help?
That won't be necessary. I've already made up my mind. Time to cash in a precious favor I've been saving for a rainy day. Yehoda, I need you to find someone for me. The sooner the better.
Eh? Find who?
That shady merchant who sold you an overpriced treasure compass the other day.
Come on, boss. You're pulling my leg again. In what way is she shady? She showed up when I was completely lost and sold me a neat little gadget that was exactly what I needed. Trust me, she's a good person. Anyway, I know who you're talking about. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
Hey, aren't you?
What is it? What's the big rush? You dragged me out of a dream where I was literally swimming in Mora. I'm charging double my usual attendance fee. See, look how easygoing she is. After that rude awakening, she could have completely snapped at us. But instead, she kept it together and just asked for an extra fee.
Dori Sangama Bay? I never would have pictured you two doing business together.
If you want to make it big and not cry, it's all about connections. Lady Nefer just so happens to have a lot of intel that interests me. And she also did me a big favor in the past. It was back when I first arrived in Notcry. My trusty assistant, the genie in my lamp, had an adverse reaction to the Kuvaki and fainted. And when you know it, that's when I suddenly find myself in a life-or-death situation. Good thing my compatriot was there to swoop in and save the day. I've been giving her a 30% discount off all of my goods ever since. Now, so that no one here feels left out, I'm willing to extend a 20% discount to fellow friends of Boss Nefer. Plus, any other friends you send my way will enjoy 10% off. What can I say? The great Lord Sangama Bay is nothing if not generous. So, let me guess. You've run into some trouble? I've got everything you could possibly need, and the more you buy, the more you'll save.
You guessed correctly. What have you got in the way of survival gear?
The one type of gear I've never been short on. What are you looking for? A jetpack fresh from the Academia's labs? An ancient suit of armor dredged up from the bottom of the sea? At the very least, I need to know what kind of opponent you're dealing with here. If even you're worried about staying alive, it must be pretty serious.
What if I told you it's someone with the power to bring a nation to its knees?
Is that so? Then we really are talking top-shelf treasures. I don't have anything like that in stock right now. I'll have to ask my supplier.
Your supplier?
A powerful woman, make no mistake. I can't reveal her identity, but luckily for you, I hear she's planning to visit Notcry in the near future. If you're willing to wait, I can ask her when she's here. Can't say exactly how long that'll be, though.
Then, let me put it another way. What would you do if you encountered an enemy like that? Roll over and serve yourself up on a silver platter?
Of course not. I have a handy little trinket from one of my generous suppliers, which... Hold on. What exactly are you getting at? No, no! This is for my personal use only!
Let's just say I'm borrowing it, all right? Just for insurance purposes. You'll get it back later. Favors are the worst kind of debt to owe, and now you've got a chance to repay one. A win-win situation, don't you think?
Fine. You can borrow it for 5 days. No, make that 3. And for every extra hour after that, I'm charging you 1,000,000 mora. Deal?
Deal.
What a way to start the day. Now, was there anything else you wanted? Or can I go back to bed now?
That will be all. Take care now. Don't trip up on your way back, friend.
See you later! You're my favorite shopkeeper.
Excellent. Everything is well and truly ready. The ceremony can now begin. After initiating the ceremony, your minds will follow me wherever I go. You will see many strange things in your mind's eye. So remember, don't be frightened, and don't make a sound. Now then, let us peer into the Recher of Solnari's past. I made it. I don't recognize this style of architecture. Must be Conrian. Simple furnishings, table and chairs. It's a more ordinary house than I might have expected. Looks like the fearsome Recher of Solnari came from surprisingly humble beginnings. Unless this passed for luxury in Conria. Unlikely. It was said to be a very prosperous nation in its heyday. Anyway, I'll keep exploring.
Hi, Reverie. Since you're working extra hours tonight, I thought I'd keep myself busy by checking out that new kebab shop. I've heard good things about their menu. I'll test it out, and if it's as good as everyone's saying, let's go back together sometime. P.S. New stash from the Universitas Magistrorum. I brought some goodies home. A few teacups and a pin rack. Hope you like them.
They didn't sign their name, but they must have been close. Sounds like they were living together.
I went over to Joseph's for drinks today. They have a fine collection, but I went alone. Felindis was tied up with something and couldn't make it. Joseph asked why I came alone, but I didn't really have an answer. He then went on to ask about other things. If you ask me, someone who asks that many personal questions is too nosy for their own good. But if he invites me again, chances are I'd still go.
Felindis. That's the same name Rerir mentioned.
Crane imports keep falling. If things don't pick up, we'll soon be back to meat and mushrooms only. Honestly, I'm not a huge fan of that new type of mushroom everyone's been into lately. Didn't it start out as a lab-grown variety? I heard it's even mildly corrosive. Seriously, why would you even eat something like that? I don't care if it's an impressive feat of alchemy. That just isn't the kind of thing I like to eat.
Grain has to be imported, and they're eating a diet of mostly meat and mushrooms. Could it be because Conria is underground, so it doesn't get much sunlight? That would explain why they use so much stone in their buildings. They even use alchemically modified strains for food. Seems like the people of Conria don't have many options when it comes to dining.
I've just about saved up enough now. Time to buy it and keep it somewhere safe.
Making a big purchase. I wonder what it is. He really is a professional. No wonder he's so good at covering his tracks. Despite what he's become, it seems like he's retained certain habits, at least in this regard. Did Rary rip it out himself?
Before I met you, I was convinced that my heart was nothing more than a stagnant pool. The burial place of a fallen moon. A withered, windless grove where the waters rested forever unrippled. It was you who helped me see that my heart hadn't entirely withered away.
This is just trivial sentimentality from the looks of it. The burial place of a...
Reverie, over here.
Dane! Oh, and, Vettelfin here? What a surprise to see you here, sir.
Hello there, Rerir. You need not address me so formally outside of court.
He doesn't get that much free time, so I invited him over for a drink. Even the court prophet deserves a break every now and then, right?
Well,
I'm flattered.
So, what are we discussing today?
Hey, don't look at me. As far as I see it, we don't need an excuse to have a few drinks.
Come on, don't give us that. Didn't you say you were about to pop the big question? How's that coming along?
Who'd have thought the great Twilight Sword was an even greater gossip?
I just didn't expect you to be the first one to settle down and get married, that's all.
Yeah. If you told me that a few years ago, I wouldn't have believed you either.
So, are you planning to come clean about your job then? I'm guessing you still haven't told her.
Sure, I'll have to tell her at some point. But I'll need to pick the right time and place. To be honest, I have no idea how she'll take it.
Come on, stop being such a pessimist. For all you know, she could be thrilled. I bet she'll be much more impressed by your actual job than the one she thinks you're doing now. A member of the King's Guard. Quite the cover story. Does the king himself even know?
Of course he does. Anyway, enough about me. How have you been?
Me? Same old, same old. Nothing much to... Huh? What's up, Fed?
It's nothing.
Vedafulnir, Dainslift's elder brother. Renowned throughout the court of Conria as the Visionary. And said to possess a wisdom far beyond the reach of any ordinary man. And yet, despite the gulf between us, he seems to have something to say about me. Does he even know me? Does he see me as a friend of his brother, or just another of the Vinster King's blades? Why did he react so strongly? Was it really to do with what we were talking about?
Brown, curly hair and brooding blue eyes. So this is what Rerir looked like back in the day. Perfectly normal. No different from anyone else. As frightening as this monster is in the present, there's something even more unsettling about seeing the human he used to be.
Felindus? You're back early?
Our equipment's being serviced today, so I got off earlier than usual. How's your day been? Aw, why the long face? Is something the matter? Has your boss been giving you a hard time again?
Went for a drink with Dane and the others after work.
Isn't that a good thing?
Vedifnir showed up today, too. You know, Dainsleif's older brother.
Ah, Mr. Vedifnir. Yes, I've heard of him. They say that everything he says ends up coming true.
He overheard Dainsleif mention that I'd recently proposed, and seemed to have an issue with it. But when I asked what it was, he kept it to himself.
So, you're worried? You could be such a child sometimes, Revier. We're nobodies. Why would the Visionary be concerned about us? I'm sure someone in his position has much bigger fish to fry.
Maybe you're right.
You worry too much, Revier. We've been together for ages now, and everything's been going so well, has it not? You've even proposed to me.
So, you do remember. Tell me then. What's your answer?
Like I said, I need some time to decide. You can't just rush into things like this. We may be nobodies in the grand scheme of things, but if we want things to work out, we've still got to plan ahead.
All right. Take your time. Just don't keep me waiting forever. Nobodies. Sounds about right. In the eyes of people like Vedifnir and Dainsleif, what do we matter? Can someone whose gaze is so fixed on a far-flung future even see the present clearly? Besides, the dynasty's fate rests with the king and his inner circle. Whatever I do, it won't make much difference. Meanwhile, every idea they come up with and every decision they make, it affects everything. These days, the king is lost in his research, and the purge of the Crimson Moon bloodline grows ever more intense. The opposition tried to speak out, but nothing came of it. And I'm under no illusions as to why. Because we eliminated them and got rid of their bodies. A man can have 1,000 reasons to carry a sword, but there are few good excuses to use it. Yet the king has never even considered a gentler approach, and he never will. What becomes of someone who kills on another's behalf? Can he ever find true peace? Thelendis? It's nothing. You were right. Fate has never smiled upon nobodies like us. But by the same token, it's unlikely to bear a grudge against us either. There's no reason we can't keep living happily together, cherishing the simple joys of each day as they come.
See? You just need to stay positive, Revier. I can feel your warmth, your breath. You're right there, right by my side. Just seeing you makes me happy in a way I can't explain. And that's something that no one could ever take away from me. So smile, my love. Let go of that frown.
You're right, Thelendis. I've just been overthinking things.
That's better. Getting caught up about things like this will only ruin our evening. Speaking of which, all set for the ball tonight? I need to go get ready.
You go ahead. I just have a few things to take care of, then I'll come join you.
Even busier than the big shots, huh? Fine, I'll go get started. But don't be late. If you keep me waiting too long, I won't be a happy bunny.
Relax. I'll be there. Seriously, though, you drive a hard bargain. You're really gonna leave my proposal hanging and still expect me to take you to the ball?
Well, that goes without saying. I already told everyone I'd be coming with a dance partner. Besides, they're two completely different things. Let's take it one thing at a time, all right?
All right. White outfit it is.
It's
Seems like Rerir was deliberately hiding his ties to the intelligence services by giving the impression that he was just an ordinary member of the Vinster King's Guard. He clearly doesn't want his would-be fiancé to know about his other life. Then again, that's hardly surprising. People in the intelligence trade rarely do. Who'd have thought we were in the same line of work? Let's dig a little deeper.
Our last operation was a resounding success, and all thanks to you, Reihir of Solnari. In total, we apprehended 32 dregs of the Crimson Moon, and 67 accomplices.
After all these years since the dynasty's fall, so many of them still linger on.
Indeed, it cannot be denied. Yet it was destiny that the Crimson Moon should be overcome by the eclipse, and that His Majesty, the all-seeing Vinster King, now guides our nation on the path to prosperity. Khaenri'ah has no further need for a dead moon. But alas, there will always be those who refuse to see the truth, choosing instead to romanticize the past.
That's not entirely true. Much about the Crimson Moon era was worthy of remembrance, and that's exactly why they keep trying to see it restored. Many of its secrets remain unsolved to this day. As it happens, that's precisely the field of study my partner is devoted to.
You still haven't told her what you really do for a living.
Where would I even start? How do you tell someone that you're one of the king's hand-picked executioners? That your hands are steeped in blood?
You didn't choose this life, any more than I did. Orphans like us don't get a say.
But I'll sure as heck be the one to pay for it. Speaking of which, we need to be more rigorous in the way we identify direct descendants of the Crimson Moon. Someone, it seems, has strong opinions about my future plans. Most likely my marriage in particular. I have a feeling that we may soon become targets of the Crimson Moon's retribution.
Your concerns are not unfounded. They've taken out many of our colleagues these past few years, and for that very reason. These are no helpless lambs we're leading to the slaughter. They're wolves in sheep's clothing. Take care, Reihir of Solnari. I look forward to toasting you at your wedding.
Thanks, Thorkel. You look after yourself, too. Thelindis, I never wanted to keep this from you. You're the last person I would ever want to lie to. But that's exactly why I can't tell you everything. There are things you shouldn't know. Things you cannot know. The moonlit dynasties are a thing of the past. Yet even now, with the sun shining high in the sky, there are those who would call forth a dead moon's ghost. Could that be why Vedalfnir held back? Or was it because of some court secret he's not at liberty to share? I have to get a clear answer from him. No matter what happens, I will protect Thelindis.
Rerir seems to be very concerned by Vedalfnir's reaction. Vedalfnir and Dainsleif, the Visionary and Twilight Sword. So that's what they were really like. I've investigated this whole area now. There doesn't seem to be any other memories here. Should I try somewhere else? Wait a second. What's this black smoke?
So, he's late after all. Just you wait, Rerir. You're in for it. Big time.
Are you waiting for someone, ma'am? Could I tempt you into buying some flowers?
Oh, sure. Pick me out a pretty bunch if you would.
Thank you. But I'm afraid none of them are as pretty as you.
For someone so young, you sure have a way with words, don't you?
I'm only telling the truth. Look me in the eyes. You'll see I'm not lying. May we have a word in private?
Who are you? And what do you want?
It doesn't matter who I am. Too many of her kind have fallen lately, so I decided to take the risk of reaching out. Not long ago, the Ray here of Solnari led an assault on one of our strongholds. We suffered many casualties, and many who came to our aid lost their lives as well.
Sorry, I don't know why you're telling me this. And I don't want to get involved.
Wait, hear me out. This time we finally got a clear look at his face and learned his true identity. His name is Rerir, and he claims to be one of the King's guards.
What did you say?
A cruel irony, isn't it? The man you're set to marry leads a double life as a brutal executioner. But surely, you must have caught a whiff of the blood on his hands.
Why are you telling me all of this now?
Simple. It's because...
How strange. Rerir was nowhere to be seen in that memory. It clearly belonged to Thelindis. Rerir couldn't possibly know what happened if he wasn't even there. Why would her memories appear in his fragment? The ceremony won't last much longer. I think it's time to call it a day.
So that was your doing? Did you just pull us inside Rerir's fragment to spy directly on his memories?
Any more questions, and I'll have to start charging.
I had no idea you could do that, boss! Seriously, that was amazing! We're not worthy. We're not worthy! I gotta admit, though, I'm itching to see what happens next. Feels like we barely scratched the surface.
I'm just as curious as you are, but the ceremony only allows for limited time inside. That's all we can see for now. Luckily, we managed to learn quite a lot.
So far, so good. I just hope the others are doing okay too. Especially the group with the Traveler. Their mission is a risky one. Let's hope it's all going smoothly.
If you're worried about them, go see how they're doing.
If I know boss, she's gonna need some time to write up all the details and make sure it's all coherent. I'll stay behind to lend a hand, but feel free to head back and meet up with the others.
Oh, they've been prowling around for nearly 2 days now. These things just won't quit. Oh, they might not have seen us yet, but with them constantly sweeping the area, our way out is completely blocked. Oh, that's never gonna work. One little slip up and it's game over. If they spot us, they'll run straight back to Rerir. And once he knows we're here, it won't be long before he's breathing down our necks again. Oh, guess you're right. All right, time to zip it. Oh, they've been prowling around for nearly 2 days now. These things just won't quit. Oh, they might not have seen us yet, but with them constantly sweeping the area, our way out is completely oh, that's never gonna work. One little slip up and it's game over. If they spot us, they'll run straight back to Rerir. And once he knows we're here, it won't be long before he's breathing down our necks again. Oh, guess you're right. All right, time to zip it. Hide! We almost got spotted! Phew, that was a close call.
Speak, Columbina. The old you would never have let such lowly creatures bar your way. Word has it that you did something for the Tsaritsa, and that's why you've lost most of your power. Freedom comes at a heavy price, doesn't it?
It's Arlecchino! You came!
Hello again, Columbina. And greetings, guests of the House of the Hearth.
It's been a while, Arlecchino.
Stupid right here of stupid Solnari. Ugh, whatever. I've got all the data I need. Next time we meet, you're finished. He sure doesn't pull his punches.
Excuse me, do you need a hand?
You can do me a favor by staying out of my way. Can't you see I'm busy? Wait a minute. I recognize that voice.
Hello, Miss Sandrone. Father sent us over to help.
How considerate of her. Hey, Fremine, get over here and help me fix this. Lenny, you do your thing. Just keep your sister away from my machines. Nearly every machine that cat girl touches ends up going haywire. Go put her on cleaning duty or something.
Then let's start downstairs. Fremine, we'll leave this place to you.
You've got it.
Wait a second. Pretty sure there's still some tea in the cupboard. If you want some, you'll have to make it yourselves.
It's a relief to see you all made it back in one piece.
Huh? Feels like there's quite a few people missing. Where's Flint's and the others? And what about Nefer?
I returned ahead of them. Flint is helping Aino and Anefa to set up the decoys and buy us some time. As for Miss Nefer...
Boss is still wrapping things up on her end. She sent us back to fill you all in on the top secret intel we've been gathering.
I see. Then let's get right into it. But first, who do we have here? You brought someone else in to help?
Greetings. I was invited here to help as a longtime tea party companion of Columbina's. You may call me Arlecchino.
Surely it can't be.
Those eyes. Oh, where have I seen them before? Wait, of course. In those memories we just saw.
The only Arlecchino I know is the fourth of the Fatui Harbingers. So either you share a pretty uncommon name, or you're more than just a tea party buddy.
You are well informed, Grandmaster. A man from Mondstadt living all the way out here in Nodcry, and yet the people and affairs of Snezhnaya seem to hold a special place in your heart.
Oh, the feeling's mutual. Sounds like you know all about who I am, too.
A Fatui Harbinger.
The atmosphere in here just got really tense. Guess we can't just start trusting Fatui Harbingers, even at a time like this.
I must admit, though, I'm a little curious. Seeing as the moon goddess no longer belongs to the Fatui, what makes you so willing to put your neck on the line here?
Nor does Nodcry belong to Mondstadt, Mr. Varka. Yet still, you're fighting for it all the same. Things don't always have to have a tangible payoff. Sometimes, stopping things from spiraling out of control is a higher priority than chasing the spoils of victory. Of course, I can't say there's nothing in it for me at all. But that's between Columbina and myself.
Forgive me. I don't mean to doubt you. It's just that the Fatui really have been the source of many of our troubles. We have our own way of doing things here in Nodcry. But ever since they arrived, the Fatui have treated us with nothing but hostility.
I know there's been a lot of bad blood between us in the past. I've done my utmost to avoid friction whenever I could. But sometimes fundamental conflicts of interest simply can't be settled amicably. That's why I'm here solely in a personal capacity. This has nothing to do with the Fatui. As a gesture of good faith, I'll be frank. I can help Columbina track down the iridescent moon's marrow, which will help her restore more of her power. Anyway, what else is on the agenda? Let's begin.
She says she'll be frank, then completely skips over the details. Looks like she doesn't want to give away too many secrets after all. But she clearly wants to change the subject. It'd be awkward if I tried to bring it up again now. I guess we'll just have to go along with it. She's the fourth of the Fatui Harbingers after all. One look and you can tell she's not someone you'd want to mess with.
Well, since Miss Arlecchino sounds confident in her ability to handle that, we'll proceed to the next topic. Yehoda, time to share that top-secret intel.
All right, listen up, everyone. First, we now know that Rerir was originally a Conrian secret agent whose primary mission was to hunt down and assassinate the so-called Dregs of the Crimson Moon.
The Dregs of the Crimson Moon?
Mm-hmm. In the memories, there was a lot of talk about the Crimson Moon and Eclipse, and a whole bunch of other stuff from the time of Conria.
To my knowledge, those were the names of two different Conrian dynasties. Long, long ago, it is said that the people of Conria worshipped the Crimson Moon, drawing a mysterious power from its reflection. But one day, a coup saw the Crimson Moon eclipsed, hence the name of the new dynasty that replaced it, and how it became the new emblem of Conria.
Still, long after the Crimson Moon dynasty had fallen, the last ruler of the Eclipse dynasty, the Vinster King, still coveted the secrets it left behind. So, he sent the Reikir of Solnari to secretly hunt down the Crimson Moon's few remaining followers. In those days, Rerir showed no signs of madness. In fact, he was as normal as any other person. Oh, And he had a fiancé. Or at least, what's the matter?
Interesting. Anything else? What about this would-be fiancé of his? Do we know anything about her?
Well, she was a researcher at the Universitas Magistrorum, but it felt like she was hiding some kind of secret.
Oh, and one more thing. For some reason, Rerear's fragment also contains some of Thelindis' memories, though only a very small portion.
Well, no shortage of potential leads, I'll give you that. In any case, it sounds like we can conclude that while Thelindis was still around, Rerear appeared to be lucid and quite normal. Thelindis, it seems, must have been the one thing in this world that he couldn't let go of. Tell me, though, were these pure-blood Conorians we're talking about here?
Why do you need to know that? Hold on. If she was a pure-blood Conrian... Oh yeah! Just like how it was with the captain!
If we could somehow find her, do you think there's any chance Rerear might regain some of his sanity?
It's possible, but it would take a miracle. We can't pin all our hopes on that. That merchant who Nefer knows, Dori Sangama Bay. Maybe we could hire her to look into it.
All right, then. Let's keep working in our separate teams. Traveler, Paimon, Kutar, and Miss Arlecchino will go look for the iridescent moon's marrow. As for the others...
On the way over here, I noticed that the Wild Hunt monsters had grown even more frenzied in their search for Kutar. At this rate, the people living here will be in grave danger too. So I'm thinking of gathering together some of our followers to go wipe them out.
I'll head back to the curatorium and meet up with the boss.
Feels good knowing we've all got something to be getting on with. Given that the Wild Hunt has been a lot more active lately, the Lightkeepers have likely begun their own operations too. If that is the case, someone will need to pass the news on to Flint's. I'll hold the fort for now, then discuss our next move with Flint's, Ino, and Anefa when they get back.
Alright then.
Well, the clock's ticking. If that's everything, we'll be on our way.
We'd better get moving too. We'll try to buy you as much time as we can.
Relax. Just do your thing. I decided to call in some backup since things are getting so hairy. Our reinforcements should be here any minute now. Stay safe, everyone. Dismissed.
We're back. Did we get here a little early? Or a little late?
A tad late. The others have already set off. To summarize, our resident moon goddess has found us a new ally, and Boss Nefer has uncovered some promising info. Everything going smoothly on your end?
Not great. I don't know how long we can stall them for. The decoys are getting taken out way faster than we imagined. I'm gonna make some more later, but I need a timeout first. I'm so tired right now. Oh, right! Inefa, could you fill in Uncle Varka on what we just discussed with Flint's?
Sure. Uncle Varka, you previously told us about how when you went to investigate a source of the Wild Hunt in Amsvartnir, you discovered that it was just a diversion. But according to Flint's intel, several outbreaks of the Wild Hunt had already occurred in Nodcry in the period leading up to that. That was before Rerear had regained his body, when he was far from regaining his full strength. In other words, in theory at least, he still lacked the means to act in two places at once.
Flint's, with everything that's been happening, the Lightkeepers across Nodcry are rallying to fight back against the Wild Hunt. They're gonna need your help. I know, I'm sure you're capable of coming up with something far more effective than decoys. But for now, You should stay here and get some rest. And Effa and I will head back over to Amsfartnir to see if there's anything I missed.
I told you Uncle Varka would say that, didn't I? A deal's a deal. Not a word about my snack intake for the next week.
Database updated. Reliability of Aino's predictions increased.
What does that mean?
They were betting on how you'd respond after hearing their intel.
It's the obvious choice, isn't it? That's hardly worth betting on.
We already decided that Anefa should go investigate the situation over at Amsfartnir on her own. You might as well stay here and keep watch. Someone needs to hang back and oversee our strategy meetings. And besides, you still haven't fully recovered from ambushing Rerir.
So I've ended up with the easiest assignment. Well, I appreciate it, everyone. See you when you get back.
Here, this will serve as a good spot to cross over.
Arlecchino, hold up a second. Since you brought us all this way, would you mind telling us what you've got planned? We still haven't got the slightest idea what's going on here. And if even Columbina doesn't know where the iridescent moon's marrow is, how do you?
Simple. Because I am an inheritor of the royal bloodline of the Crimson Moon. And one of the last surviving embers of the Two Worlds Flames.
Huh? Are you serious? As in, you're a descendant of that Crimson Moon dynasty we were just talking about? The one from ancient Conria?
Your surprise is understandable. I was also taken aback when I first learned of it. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized the signs had been there all along. When I was young, I discovered I could wield a very special kind of fire. It coursed like blood through my veins and smoldered away inside my nerves. What's more, whenever I experienced strong bursts of emotion or drew too deeply on this power, it was like some kind of presence within the fire would begin. Exactly. That is why my hands are like this too. At first, I saw it only as a curse, but once I became a harbinger, the jester apprised me of the truth. Together with my own investigations over the past few years, there are several things that I have gradually come to understand. For instance, take the so-called Crimson Moon. In truth, it is nothing more than the shattered remnants of the iridescent moon, fused with the abyss to prolong its lifespan. Since this blood flame was bestowed upon me by the Crimson Moon, it is a fusion of the iridescent moon's former power and the corruption of the abyss. You all understand the nature of the abyss well enough. I draw upon its power, and in return, it hungers for my soul. This strange blackness is the mark of corruption it has left behind.
If I recall correctly, you once told me that if the corruption ever made it to your heart, you'd become a completely different person.
Yes, and that's the reason I'm always careful not to push my power too far. It's essentially a never-ending tug of war.
Oh, sounds intense.
Anyway, the rest of my story can wait. Is there anything else about the Crimson Moon or the Iridescent Moon that you're unclear about?
Paimon has a question. So, the Crimson Moon that the Karians used to worship was actually the Iridescent Moon, right? Which was one of the three Moon Sisters. Does that mean that the Karians were to the Crimson Moon as the Frost Moon Scions are to the Frost Moon?
So much of that history has been lost. We have no way of knowing exactly what they were like. But I would suspect that the Conrians weren't as devout in their moon worship as it might appear. The iridescent moon's remains simply served as their link to the abyss. Later on, perhaps someone discovered a way to make direct contact with the Abyss. Or maybe there was some kind of ideological divide. Either way, a dissenting faction staged a coup and drove out the royal heirs of the Crimson Moon dynasty. Still, even with the dark sun looming high overhead, the Crimson Moon's glow never truly faded. If you want living proof, it's standing right before you.
The first time we met, I sensed something familiar in your presence. When I looked at you, I felt I could see that mysterious red moon in the corner of my eye. In your flames, I saw its broken image, surrounded by a strange black aura.
Well, I appreciate that you kept it to yourself. Much about the Crimson Moon is still a mystery, and I'd prefer not to end up as the object of an insane research project. Anyway, time is against us here, so if there's any other questions, they'll have to wait. I just want to make sure I've got one thing straight. In her letter, Sandrone mentioned that since you are unable to contain the iridescent moon's marrow yourself, you intend to leave it in my custody, correct?
That's right. For now, it's the only way I can pay you back for your help. The iridescent moon is already part of who you are, so with its marrow in your possession, you'll be even more powerful than before.
Deal. Then let's get started.
Get what started? What does this place have to do with the Crimson Moon?
When I first became a harbinger, the jester gave me a book called Harry, also known as Leobranto Inamorato. You should be able to buy a copy next time you're in Fontaine. It's a love story set in the Crimson Moon era, but setting aside the tangled romances of its characters, it also records a few interesting details. In the Crimson Moon era, or so the story goes, there was an orphanage that received children from beyond the bounds of this world, and subjected them to a peculiar induction ceremony.
Beyond the bounds of this world? For real? And what kind of induction ceremony?
The Crimson Moon sages looked beyond this world for beings with powers that surpassed the gods. But fearing they might lose control, they subjected these children to a process of refinement. They made these children crawl up a fireplace and kept asking them, "Have you died? Did you see it?" Until they finally admitted to having died and seen a crimson moon. The adults embraced the children who passed the ritual, telling them, "Within the fireplace, you have traversed the flames between two worlds. Here and now, you are born anew." The book leaves much unsaid, but I suspect that this was their way of branding the children they had enrolled, leaving an indelible mark upon them so that they would forever live in the Crimson Moon's light.
That explains why I can't sense the Crimson Moon's marrow in this world. It makes sense that it would be sealed in a special space that can only be accessed temporarily through some kind of ritual.
But there's no fireplace here. Do you see a chimney anywhere?
That won't be necessary. The fireplace is purely symbolic. The key to the ritual is crossing the flames between two worlds. In other words, the flames that burn within me. Those burned away by such flames leave behind a kind of ghostly afterimage in the world. In the days of Conria, people believed they could be used to bridge the gap between the two worlds of life and death. In short, I can open a passage to that space for you. That's the easy part. The catch is I'll need to stay on this side to keep the passage open, so I won't be able to come with you. Once you're inside, you'll have to find your own way. Very well. Then I'll open it up.
Traveler, spare me a little more moonlight if you would. I may need it. Thank you. I feel like I've recovered some of my strength now. It should be enough to move us across short distances and confront whatever dangers might await.
Mistress of the seven hues of ages, great mother of the present, crimson-clad sovereign of the two realms, by fire severed, by fire renewed, I offer myself now and beseech your descent. One word of advice as you're crossing over. No matter what voices you hear, do not answer.
Got it! I sense a sinister gloom inside, but also the familiar light of the moon. I feel that I am about to meet an old friend who has changed beyond all recognition. All right, let's go.
Ach ja, die hindern mich dran, eine längere Pause einzulegen.
The abyss? It's practically filled the entire place. What now?
What a tragic sight. Fragments of your broken body.
Careful. There's something spooky about this place. Feels like something is lurking in the fog. Haimon's right behind you. Whatever you do, don't run off without her. By the way, Alambina, didn't you tell us that the iridescent moon had shattered into pieces? The moon up there looks pretty whole to Paimon. How is that possible?
Gotcha.
only a facade.
My will embodied. Cryo incarnate.
Huh? Huh? For real? That's way too high! There's no way we'll be able to...
No. I'm not. It's coming from under the mountain.
Let's see... Ah! There's some kind of weird shadow over the water! Wait, see that? Looks like a... Looks like a device from the time of Kalia. Maybe people once came here to study the Crimson Moon's domain, and they left this behind. The mechanism's running, the shadow in the water looks different. Do you think these mechanisms might be the key to unlocking the secret? Let's try to find more of them!
Felindis, we'll leave the rest of the research in your hands. We'll be heading back now.
I hope this isn't ruining date night.
Ugh. Mind your own business. Just leave me some snacks on the table.
Felindis? Is that Rear's girlfriend? How come we're here? Oh, yeah. So, do you think she was studying this strange space all along?
The abyss has made this space extremely unstable. Maybe that's why some of the things she said and did were preserved here. Like echoes. Or after images.
Whenever I see this view, it takes me back to a poem from my childhood. Waning moon, oh lifeless damsel, weeping on the mountain crest. Mourning still in wistful tone, her fragile soul now laid to rest. For me, of all people, to be here investigating the mysteries of the Crimson Moon space. Is it a coincidence or something more?
Ich mache noch einmal eine 5 bis 10-minütige Pause. Bisschen Kaffee holen. Die Quest scheint etwas länger zu dauern. Und wenn ich sie jetzt abbreche, müsste ich ja von vorne beginnen. Das möchte ich aber auch nicht. Also machen wir eine kurze Pause. Ihr könnt euch auch was zu trinken holen. Oder kurz Mittagessen anfangen zu machen. Wie auch immer. Wir sehen uns in ein paar Minuten wieder. Und da ist die Pause vorbei. Und dann schauen wir mal, wie lange diese Quest noch geht.
The Abyss has messed up this mechanism. We need to find a way to get it working again. Let's see if there are any other devices nearby.
The moon marrow, or Rather, the power of the 3 moons is the key to unlocking. If it really does exist, then maybe this madness can finally be put to an end. With the Abyss inhibitors in place, I should be able to access the chamber with the moon marrow. Oh, Revier, with every step you take, you're drifting further from what you truly desire. But you're not the root of the problem. Ever since that outsider set foot in Conria, the Vinster King has sunken deeper into madness. If only I could get my hands on that outsider.
Reflection is back to normal. Olympus's voice mentioned a chamber with the moon marrow. Do you think maybe it's hidden in the moon's reflection?
It must be. For within it, I sense the fragile aura of a dying soul.
Then there's no time to lose. Let's go! Looks like we'll have to destroy them if we want to get to the iridescent moon marrow. That must be the iridescent moon's marrow. Oh, we'll need to destroy these things before we can reach it.
iridescent moon's marrow, still burning away like an undying flame, yet now contaminated by the abyss. It has taken on a new form entirely. If we can purify the abyssal power within, we should be able to obtain its untainted essence.
It's so cold. Is it you? Are you here?
Huh? Are you talking to us?
At long last, I can see you once more. Our fates have crossed, and I am finally free. I'm sorry, I lied to you. Even knowing what was to come, I still couldn't let go of the fear in my heart as death drew near. The moment the moon shattered, my body began to split apart piece by piece. Like I was being cut into pieces by 1,000 blunt blades. My thoughts scattered as the cold crept in, but I could not bear to fade away like that. Tell me, what was it that brought you to us all that time ago? If only I had possessed your courage, then I might have been spared this torment more painful than death. You look so puzzled. That's how I felt too when I first saw you. But trust me when I say that everything happens for a reason. Farewell, Hypo.
What was that all about? Was that the goddess of the iridescent moon? Oh, it sounded like she was speaking to a long-lost friend. But none of us have ever met her before, right?
Perhaps. She took me for the goddess of the frost moon she once knew. For a fading soul like hers, our auras must be too similar to tell apart.
But anyway, we've got the iridescent moon's marrow now. That should help you regain your strength, right? Alright, time to leave this place and meet back up with Arlecchino. Let's go! That's odd. This place looks different than when we came in.
Waning moon,
Huh?
oh lifeless damsel.
Oh. Hurry! The place is collapsing!
It wants to trap us here.
Who's it? The abyss?
Now we've taken the moon marrow. All that's left here is a dark well. It will show us no mercy.
Give it back! The crimson moons! My marrow! My heart!
Finally! Huh? Oh no! The exit's blocked! They're back! Now what do we do?
This is where you fall. Witness my rise.
Hey, it's...
What are you waiting for? Oh, this? Don't worry. It's a small price to pay. The Abyss wanted to trap you inside, and I defied its will by bringing you out. No wonder it's a little angry. No. I have paid the price, albeit a small one, and it cannot be undone. My hands have already fused with the Abyss. Purification would simply destroy whatever's left of them.
But surely... Oh, we're so sorry, Arlecchino. Paimon can't believe you'd make a sacrifice like this for us.
As much as I'd like to call it a favor, the truth is I was simply holding up my end of the deal. Well, Columbina.
Yes, you did your part. And as promised, I will leave the iridescent moon's marrow in your care. From this day forth, may the two worlds' flames burn ever more brightly.
I'll take that as a blessing. Now, Columbina, give me your hand. Accept this moonlight I offer in return. Feeling stronger?
Hey, Columbina, are you okay?
I'm fine. Our powers are a little at odds, that's all.
By the Frost Moon's authority alone, wielding the power of the other moons was always going to be a stretch. Still, I think it's fair to say that your strength has returned. At least to the level it was at as Third Harbinger.
It's still not enough. There's no way I can hope to challenge Rerir like this. Just one more ray of moonlight, if you would. It's okay. I can take it.
How about now? Fighting fit?
At the very least, I won't have to stay hidden like before. I want to see him gone from Notcry. The Reikir of Solnari and his wild hunt must be sent back where they belong.
Well, it's good to have something to aim for. You certainly seem more alive now than you did earlier. When I first met you, you didn't strike me as a ray of moonlight. More like a wisp of fog drifting in from who knows where, ready to scatter at the first sign of a breeze. But now, you're full of vitality, just like the Frost Moon, once the brightest of them all. May you keep shining, Columbina. This is who you are.
Thank you. Look after yourself too, Arlecchino. I know you have plans of your own, and that's why you're always seeking to grow stronger. But whatever you're after, don't let the Abyss take a hold of you. I do not wish to see you go down the same path as Rerir.
I appreciate the concern, Columbina. Although perhaps it's time you took a new name.
A new name?
Kutar, the Moon Maiden, Columbina. They're nothing more than code names. They describe who she is and the roles she's played, but they're not her real name. We often use code names in the House of the Hearth, too. But it's knowing your real name that keeps you grounded. Up till now, you've been living a wandering life, so you've probably never really cared. All I'll say is this. Once you've defeated Rerir, give it some thought. All right, that's it from me. I'll get you back safely first, then go meet up with Sandrone.
You're the best!
I I appreciate the gesture. It speaks to your good character. Anyway, let's get going. There are more urgent things to do right now than trade compliments.
It was a close call, but we got the iridescent moon's marrow and restored Columbina's strength, and that's all that matters. In other words, mission accomplished. Paimon wonders how everyone else is doing.
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, am the Prinzessin der Verirrt. In the name of the Prinzessin.
Hallo Akasha, ich danke dir dann für deinen Follow. Ja, ich hatte vor 3-4 Minuten mal die Quest endlich abgeschlossen. Hatte jetzt mal Fischl umgebaut auf ihr neues Set wegen dem Hexenzirkel. Muss ich dann nur noch die Quest machen. Und jetzt wandere ich einfach nur mal hier ein bisschen rum, um zu schauen, wie viel Schaden sie jetzt ohne Hexenzirkel macht. Das werde ich noch ein bisschen machen. Dann werde ich wohl mal die Quest anfangen. Ich glaube nicht, dass ich heute noch die Muße zu habe, dies zu beenden. Denn ich habe jetzt schon über 4 Stunden Story-Quest gemacht. Und das schlaucht dann doch schon ganz schön. Hier sind es eindeutig zu wenig Gegner. Ich glaube, der A-Lot ist immer noch zu laut. Ach, du warst das gerade? Hey, danke dir. Och Mann, nicht schon wieder. Ich glaube, das lenkt mich gerade ein bisschen ab. Ist aber alles gut. Hast du denn sonst irgendwas zu tun als kleine Abwechslung? Ja, so ist es meistens. Ich habe ja erstmal nur, wie ich gerade schon gesagt habe, Story-Quest gemacht. Heißt, ich habe hier noch ein bisschen was zur Verfügung. Ich überlege ja, dass ich das Reisen jetzt für das 4er-Set von Fischl einsetze. Obwohl sie nicht allzu schlecht ausschaut. Hast du dich schon etwas mit dem Hexenzirkel auseinandergesetzt? Denn ich hatte mich mal ein bisschen kundig gemacht, besonders eben für sie, da ich sie ja früher auch gerne als Main gespielt habe. Und da sagen sie mir eben das 4er-Set und dann doch alles auf Attack, Crit-Treffer, Crit-Schaden. Das einzige, was sie zur Auswahl stellen, wäre das Timepiece, da entweder Elementarkunde oder eben Attack. Und wenn man alles auf Attack macht, das widerspricht sich eigentlich für als Support. Insofern muss man sich da noch ein bisschen kundig machen, was dann nur wirklich besser ist. aber ich stelle schon fest, ohne das Hexenzirkeltalent macht Oz jetzt schon mehr Schaden als vorher. Und es sind eindeutig zu wenig Gegner hier. Ich bin sofort wieder zurück.
Thank you for completing today's commissions.
Different than how you gotta use more to buy stuff.
Add Astra.
Do not be afraid, for I am with you.
Ach ja, Mikro vergessen wieder anzumachen. Ja, ich bin wieder zurück. Wenn du noch zuschaust, zuhörst, ich brauche noch ein bisschen Mobs von diesen Dingern hier. Willst du da ein bisschen mitmachen, bevor du dich langweilst? Das ist doch mal eine prompte Antwort. ja, will ich Schlaume nehmen, sollten wir vielleicht auch Intro reinnehmen oder Intro. Ach nee, halt. Andere Richtung, ne? Ja, genau. Allzu viele von den Dingern gibt's ja anscheinend auch nicht.
Take it easy. With one heart, true flame. Gotcha. Here.
Wie weit bist denn du überhaupt schon in der Story? Bist du schon fertig oder lässt du es auch gerade etwas schleifen, so wie ich? Oh, können wir tauschen? Was war denn der letzte Akt jetzt? Der 6. oder?
If ever you find that the animals in Nordcry behave in ways you do not understand, just ask me and I will explain.
Ach ja, hatte ich dich schon auf Discord oder noch nicht? Und wenn ja, willst du drauf kommen, damit du nicht immer schreiben musst? Solange es dich nicht stört, dass man dich mit im Stream hört.
Even when the night is gone, and even when the sky is hidden from view, still the moon shines its light upon you.
Ich glaube, mein Name von hier im Spiel und 3540 hinten dran. Wenn du magst. schau nochmal.
Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention.
Wie im Spiel hier.
Have you decided where you will go from here?
Aviella.
Why not find a patch of soft grass and rest a while?
Und ja, hab nochmal nachgeschaut, war 35,40.
Even when the night is gone, and even when the sky is hidden from view, still the moon shines its light upon you.
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see.
Ach so, alles klar, alles klar. Dann war es nur, dass du mich erst einmal mit auf Discord mit hast. Ist kein Problem.
Have you decided where you will go from here? If not,
never mind.
Why not find a patch of
do as
soft
they
grass and rest a while?
Mag ja auch nicht jeder. Nee, alles klar. Kann ich gut verstehen. Bevor ich irgendwas Privates oder so Freunden im Spiele erzähle und so, dauert das auch immer eine Weile. Ja, ich bin mal kurz komplett umgefallen. Daran merkt man aber auch schon, meine Konzentration lässt extrem nach. Ach, hast du da so wenig oder bist du da gar nicht so aktiv?
Take it easy.
Ja, kenne ich von mir her. Seitdem ich jetzt mit dem Streamen angefangen habe, habe ich in der Zeit jetzt ungefähr so viele Freunde auf dem Discord dazugenommen, wie ich sonst in der ganzen Discord-Zeit davor drauf hatte. Also zum Vergleich, in den letzten 3 Wochen habe ich so viele Leute auf Discord dazugenommen wie in den 3 Jahren zuvor. Hallo, Spektrumsstörung. Ich sammle hier gerade das Material von den Patrouillenbooten, denn meine Yahoda braucht da noch ein bisschen was.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
Und schön, dass du vorbeischaust. Natürlich, solange ich keine Quests und so mache, ist jeder gerne willkommen. Ach ja, die wird ja durch den Follower-Balken verdeckt. 700, 816, 260. Ich lasse jetzt uns auch nochmal auf. Ah, da bist du schon. Ein Durin, da können wir doch gleich mal... Ach nee, bringt ja noch nicht. Ich habe ja noch nicht die Hexenzirkel-Quest gemacht. Durin schon auf Level 100, wow. Bezahlst du oder bist du free to play oder was bist du? Wo müssen wir denn hin? Ach, nach links müssen wir wieder. Also da, wo wir hergekommen sind, müssen wir hin. Das dürfte eigentlich schon alles sagen. Und ja, man sieht's schon.
I created another universe and founded paradise.
Brauche ich nichts hinzuzufügen.
And the prince.
Da bin ich weit davon entfernt. Wenn ich mich jetzt richtig entsinne, ich habe vielleicht zweimal 100 € aufgeladen und ansonsten immer nur Welkin und Battle Pass. Das war alles. Ach, hier gab es sogar eine Chest.
Cry out my illustrious name.
Oh, Bella hat's erwischt. Ich wechsle mal. Oh, 2 dumme Eingedanke. Spektrum, machst du deine Quests und so? Bist du da auch schon fertig? Ich glaube, ich bin der Einzige, der die ganzen Quests nicht fertig hat. Ja, ich hatte vorhin Bella schon mal gefragt. Kam wahrscheinlich nicht ganz durch. Was ist denn der letzte Akt, der im Moment aktiv ist?
Use of force authorized.
Reveal thyself.
Nein, ich möchte jetzt nicht das lesen. Danke. Mondlicht im Morgennebel. Also dürfte ich ja jetzt den letzten verfügbaren Akt haben. Oder? Ach nee, ich habe Rückschau aufs verblasste Mondlicht. Ah. Also habe ich gerade mal die Hälfte fertig. Ach du mein Gott. Also darf ich noch locker mit 10 Stunden Story-Quest rechnen.
What trinkets lie veiled within this desolate plain?
Pretty sharp.
Ich glaube, ich renne dir einfach nur hinterher Spektrum, ne? Ah, hier waren wir vorhin schon gerade. Da sind die anderen jetzt. Nur noch die paar hier drüben, ne? So viel gibt's dann gar nicht mehr. Ja, also Kopfgeldjagd ist beendet bei mir. Bleiben nur noch dann diese, die nicht im Buch mit angezeigt werden. Ja, dann tun wir kurz die Welt wechseln. Dann machen wir von Bella noch ihre. Und dann dürfte ich für Jahrhauder auch genug haben. Es sei denn, Spektrum braucht dann noch ein bisschen mehr. Hatte ich nicht gerade gewechselt? Ja, oder? Gehen wir doch gleich mal hier hin. So, du bist doch vorhin hier bei mir aufs Boot gegangen.
True form.
Wir hängen gerade ein bisschen hinterher, Spektrum. Wir hatten ja noch das Boot da drüben gemacht. Was machst du sonst noch so in Genshin, wenn du keine Quests mehr hast? Und ich denke mal, Apps und so weiter bist du auch überall schnell durch. Ja, das ist die Hauptbeschäftigung. Alles klar, Bella. Du bist aber dann nicht so extrem, dass du sonst auch jeden Tag die Resin von den Primos mitholst. Denn da habe ich auch mal ein, zwei Leute kennengelernt, die das tagtäglich gemacht haben. Na, solange es noch manchmal ist, geht das noch, wenn man sowieso so viel C6 Charaktere holt. Da hält sich das mit manchmal noch im Rahmen.
Who knew the people would adore me so much?
Baby Bella. So, reicht denn das zu, wenn wir dann hier lang laufen? Kommen da noch welche, die nicht auf der Karte sind, oder? Ja, hier oben haben wir noch welche. Ich glaube, wir haben uns schon wieder aufgeteilt. So, dann gehen wir da an die nördlichste Ecke von dieser Insel. Da hat man ja welche hier drüben und dann wieder zurück.
Alright, here comes another one.
Take too long.
Unleash! Manifest!
So, dann machen wir hier auch noch mal. gibt's dann auf dem Weg da? Wo müssen wir da lang müssen? Die reinste Waldbrandgefahr hier. Waren wir hier nicht gerade?
I'm taking over.
How dare you! My own name is on board!
Ja, also das Respawn-Verhalten von denen verstehe ich bis heute nicht. Hatte ich jetzt schon einige Male. Alle aus dem Abenteuerbuch erledigt. Beziehungsweise fast erledigt, und am vorletzten oder letzten fällt einem auf, sind alle wieder respawned.
Transfiguration! Unleashed!
Musst du ja aktivieren, Bella. Ach, das ist irgendwas Kleines zwischendurch. Das waren, glaube ich, 3 Tests, ne? Aber wenn nichts mehr kommt, dann ja. Gib mir diese Amtsausweise. Spektrum muss die so oft alle gemacht haben, dass du schon weißt, wo alle stehen. Und da drüben noch welche. Ja, ne, die Kopfgeldjagd hatten wir auch schon fertig, wo sich das Tor öffnete. Ach Mensch, jetzt hatte ich kurz was gesagt ins gemutete Mikro. Ich hatte gesagt, ja, Kopfgeldjagd hatten wir ja schon beendet, wo das Tor aufgegangen ist. Das heißt, die letzten 3 bis 4 Minuten hatten wir ja nur noch welche gehauen, wo die Kopfgeldjagd schon längst beendet war. Aber du müsstest ja so gut wie fast alle davon kennen. So wie du hier lang gelaufen bist. Das spricht eigentlich dafür, dass du doch regelmäßig abfarmst.
Where do we come from? And where are we going? I just really want to make friends with everyone.
Aus der Zeit bin ich schon komplett raus. Wo es nur Mondstadt, Lie und Inazuma gab, da wusste ich noch, wo alle Mobs sind.
All things come to an end, even time itself.
Weil da war man ja auch immer schnell mit allen Quests fertig und hatte dann noch 6 Monate Zeit, um die ganzen Mobs ausfindig zu machen. Ja, also ich im Moment auch. So viel brauchte ich schon gar nicht mehr. Aber ich dachte mir dann, wenn wir schon mal dabei sind, irgendwann kommt bestimmt noch mal ein Charakter, der die auch noch mal braucht.
I still have so much to learn about human interactions. Like, where should I put my hands when I'm nervous? I just really want to make friends with everyone.
Ich hab zu danken. Und jemanden mit so viel C6-Charakteren trifft man ja selten an.
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
Where do we come from?
Nee, im Moment nicht. Das nächste, was dann ansteht, ist das Talentbücherform für Columbina. Und das ist, glaube ich, montags, donnerstags und sonntags. Ich schaue nochmal. Das müssten diese gewesen sein. Lehren des Mondlichts. Genau, Montag, Donnerstag und Sonntag sind die dran.
Being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much?
Stream hast du noch offen? Was? Viel? Knapp 16 Millionen, das ist nix. Bevor ich meine Offline-Phase hatte, hatte ich 36 Millionen.
The abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there, and it will never perish.
Und seitdem habe ich nicht mehr wirklich Mora geformt. Naja, du hattest doch, glaube ich, auch später angefangen als ich, oder? Ja, viel später.
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette,
Bei mir kommt ja eben noch alles dazu, was ich in den letzten 5 Jahren zusammengeformt habe. Und was man dann nicht mehr ausgeben musste. Ich glaube, wenn ich dir meine Kronen zeige, da möchtest du am liebsten auch sofort alle haben.
being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much?
Aber ich bin viel zu geizig mit den Kronen. Ach, du auch. Alles klar.
All things come to an end, even time itself.
Und wenn ich hier jetzt so schaue... Furina hat 2. Ganyu hat 3. Hutao hat 1. Navia hat 2. Skirk hat 3. Zitlali hat 3. Dann Ayaka hat 1. Und ich glaube dann nur noch Yelan 1 und Kokumi 3. Ja. Dürften ja jetzt doch schon so zwischen 10 und 15 Kronen gewesen sein. Wo war denn?
Being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much?
Wo war denn? War das das? Ja. Was hast du heute noch alles so vor? Wie war das überhaupt bei dir? Du warst hauptsächlich nur in Genshin unterwegs, ne? Ja, also was ich hier heute noch in Genshin mache, das wird zumindest die Mondquest da sein. Also, nee, nicht Mondquest, Hexenquest, Hexenzirkel. Das möchte ich zumindest heute noch anfangen. Mal schauen, wie lange das dauert. Dann werde ich wahrscheinlich erstmal eine Pause machen. Auch vom Streamen her. Da werde ich mir vielleicht noch 1, 2 Folgen der Serie reinschauen. Dann bin ich noch am Überlegen, gehe ich heute Abend noch einkaufen oder morgen früh einkaufen. Und ansonsten mal schauen, was heute Abend so ansteht. Wenn ich da dann noch wach genug bin. Die letzte Nacht hatte ich nur 6 Stunden Schlaf. Wo ich dann aufgestanden bin, konnte ich dann auch nicht mehr einschlafen. Da dachte ich, fängst du an zu streamen. Und das war 8 Uhr. Also jetzt schon 6 Stunden her. Na, dann spinnt die Anzeige wieder komplett rum. Aber das scheint sich schon länger zu machen. Mal aktualisieren. Ne, zeigt immer noch nur mich als Zuschauer an. Wie war denn das jetzt? Hatte ich vorhin schon gefragt, du warst nur in Genshin aktiv unterwegs, nicht? Habe ich mich schon mal richtig erinnert. Nicht sonst so, wie ich es immer verwechsel. Zuletzt habe ich auch jemanden verwechselt am Wochenende. Da bin ich bei ihm in die Teekanne rein und habe mich dann gewundert. Na nu, seit wann hat er denn seine Teekanne ausgebaut? Dabei war ich am Wochenende wirklich bei jemand anderem drin, als wo ich sonst immer reingehe. Sind ja nur noch 8 Tage bis Silvester, nicht? Muss ich auch mal schauen, was wir dieses Jahr zu Silvester machen. Die letzten 5, 6 Jahre waren wir immer beim Freund der Schwester feiern. Oh, die sind jetzt getrennt, von daher mal schauen. Ob wir dann zum Bruder gehen oder zum Vater. Hast du denn schon Pläne? Was hattest denn du hier? Das war doch hier. Da ist er.
abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there, and it will never perish.
Na, man muss ja auch nicht immer.
Boring. Isn't there anything else more interesting to do?
Da fällt mir ein, ja stimmt, vor 3 Jahren war ich auch alleine. Das lag aber daran, dass ich zu Silvester arbeiten musste. Beziehungsweise nicht wirklich zu Silvester, sondern zum Neujahr. Und da musste ich zum Neujahr schon 3:30 Uhr bei mir daheim los. Da hat man sich dann auch gesagt, da bist du Silvester lieber alleine. Schläfst ein bisschen, schaust vielleicht mal mitternachts raus, was die Nachbarn so veranstalten. Da sind sie.
Being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much?
Irgendwie schade, dass diese Laternen jetzt kein Alleinstellungsmerkmal mehr sind. Jetzt kann man sie ja in Liga jede Woche neu holen, wenn man genug Mora hat.
Where do we come from? And where are we going?
By royal decree.
Ja, und wenn du dann sonst jetzt nichts mehr zu tun hast, denke ich mal, werde ich mich mal in meine Welt verkriechen und mal die Hexenzirkel-Quest anfangen. Damit ich da auch mal ein bisschen weiterkomme. Denn soweit ich das bei anderen gesehen habe, betrifft es ja von Charakteren, die ich habe, Fischl, Klee und Mona. Alles klar, kein Problem. Dann wünsche ich dir noch viel Spaß. Und danke, dass du mal vorbeigeschaut hast.
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, and the Prinzessin der
Und falls wir uns bis dahin nicht nochmal sehen, schon mal schöne Weihnachten wünsche ich. Das ist ja dann schon morgen. So, gehen wir es mal an. Da müsste ich ja, glaube ich, nach Mondstadt. Das müsste ja diese gewesen sein. Hallo, was ist denn jetzt mit meiner Liste hier los?
Who's our target this time?
Whoa! This is way too many books! Considering this library organizing job is classified as a premium commission, Paimon came mentally prepared, you know? But seeing it in person is something else.
Why, if it isn't Cutie and Paimon? What brings you back to Mondstadt? Let me guess. You missed me so much, you just had to come visit. Is that it? You've become quite the flatterer since we last saw each other, haven't you?
Found you! We were starting to think you weren't clocking in today.
Well, I wasn't planning to. But then, Catherine mentioned someone had finally accepted an important commission for the library. So I came to check on things. Might you both be here for that very commission by any chance? Ah, music to my ears. Now, as you can see, a certain anonymous benefactor has donated a large amount of books to us. Imagine my surprise when a glance down the book list revealed that each one would be an entirely new addition to our collection. There are books of all different kinds, including quite a few that are banned. Troublesome, I know. So this wasn't an odd job I could trust to just anyone. And sorting them myself? My, what a headache that would be. It would take ages. All that to say, I'm very relieved to see you here. I would treat you to some tea, of course, but looking at the state of this place, perhaps another time, yes?
Don't worry, just leave the commission to us.
You're as sweet as ever, Paimon. Well then, good luck in here. I'll leave you to it.
of whopper flower cultivation. Could grow one of those anyway. And what's this one? The Little Witch's Dictionary? Huh. That title's kind of suspicious. And did we already sort this area? Did you notice it earlier? Huh. Well, witches always make Paimon think of, you know.
Yoo-hoo! Looking for me?
Alice? How did you get in here?
You must not have noticed, Paimon. I wasn't the one who barged in at all. When you opened that dictionary, you entered a mage's domain.
What? Ugh. Paimon knew that book had issues.
Have you ever read the storybook, The Little Witch and the Undying Fire, by any chance? Splendid! That makes things easier to explain. This book was written as a dictionary for that other story. The actual contents of the two aren't related at all, though.
That explanation makes things even more confusing.
Oh dear. Where should I begin? You know the promise the Hexen Circle made to Varka at the Tripartite Conference, yes? Namely, that in Mondstadt's greatest time of need, the mages would return and lend their aid to the nation? Well, waiting around for danger to descend upon the land isn't exactly our style. Rather than a scenario where we jump in and save the day out of nowhere, it makes more sense to lay the groundwork over time. That's how M put it. Besides, who knows when such a crisis could occur? It could be in the next life, or even tomorrow. Preparation is crucial. So, I gathered the mages together to write this dictionary. Of course, it had to be under the guise of being related to that storybook. Otherwise, I would never have been able to get them in one place. Well, we looked into Barbie's scryglass and came up with a series of tasks tailor-made for the people of Mondstadt. They're all in this dictionary. Striving toward a common goal, overcoming obstacles alongside trusted companions, becoming better versions of ourselves. That is the best defense against what dangers could lie ahead.
Oh, you make it sound like something bad is actually about to happen.
Now, I never said that. But still, we are talking about trusted companions here, Paimon. And when we speak of a person who could be considered a friend to all in Mondstadt, I'm afraid the pool of options consists of but one.
Wait, the huge book donation? That was just an excuse to get us here, wasn't it? We had to spend ages sorting through them, you know.
Oh dear, I never could have imagined you would need to go to such trouble.
Uh-huh, sure you didn't.
Well, this is an important book. I couldn't just bring it into Teyvat without taking any precautions. Much better to hide it in plain sight, you see. That's why I donated all those other books to the library. Besides, it's not like this is a bad thing. Just think of it as an excuse to reunite with old friends. And as a favor to your dear Aunt Alice.
Okay. If the goal is to help the people of Mondstadt, then we're in. We'll take the dictionary. And the next time we run into our friends, we'll pass your tasks and stuff along, okay?
Wonderful. Then I'll let you get to it. Have fun!
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, am the Princessin de...
finished sorting already? That went much faster than I expected. Now then, what would you like in return, cutie? You freed up my whole afternoon helping me with that. How about we spend it together? Oh, that's all? Well, don't worry. I won't forget. Ah, so you noticed too. Such strange names, and even stranger contents. Not to mention, this is the largest library in northern Teyvat, and I didn't recognize a single title on the list. I just don't see how that's possible. Unless...
Actually, we just ran into...
Trouble, I presume? I think I'll steer clear if it's all the same to you. Besides, if a book exists in this world, then there's a place for them in this library. Better for them to remain here than end up in the hands of someone more suspect. Anyway, here's your payment. Thanks again for all the help.
Abyssosk. Greetings, traveler.
Hey there, Catherine! Oh, and Oz and Fischl are here too! What a coincidence!
All things in this universe must plunge into darkness. 'Tis only natural that those who seek light should cross paths in the realm of dawn.
Mein Fräulein means to say she's happy to see you both. And I feel the same. It's been quite a while, Traveler and Paimon.
You're here just in time. Yai Publishing House has a commission for you, traveler. An editor is here to discuss the details in person. Much of the information was kept from the guild for business reasons. All we know is that it has something to do with the author of the Legend of the Shattered Halberd.
What? Surely you don't mean...
Wait, is this author really that important? What if we weren't here? Or if we decided not to take the commission? The editor would just be wasting their time.
In that case, it'd be a free trip to Mondstadt where one needs only pass some information along. That's an opportunity most would fight over. In any case, if the commission is of interest to you, the editor is waiting at the Good Hunter. Just look for the man dressed in Inazuman clothing.
Hold on! Halt thy steps, good traveler. Fate cast you upon the tides of the world, but not for you to stand alone in the face of its desolation. Nay, you step forth onto the path of the Immenachreich.
What mein Fräulein means to say is, she would like to go with you.
Wow, you seem really jazzed about this commission, Fischl. Do you have some kind of insider information?
Well, let's head to the Good Hunter to meet with this editor then.
Traveler, thank you for all you've done for us in the past. I come here today with a commission from Lady Yai, with which I'd like your help, should you be willing. Oh, and might I ask who this person dressed like Princess Fischl is?
You have the pleasure of speaking to our eminent person, Fischl, Prinzessin der Vertelung.
Mein Fräulein means to say that her name is Fischl, and that she is most pleased to meet you.
Yep, this is Fischl. She's a reliable adventurer, and she's here to help.
Yeah, I, kinda got that the first time.
Since thou hast learned my name, understand this. To speak it is to be absolved. Praise it, therefore, and thou shalt earn thine salvation.
Mein Fräulein means to say, she...
Ah, I see. I completely concur, my lady. Remembering names is simply basic etiquette. And if you might lend me succor in solving this problem, I shall indeed praise your names to the heavens above. As many times as necessary, in fact.
You understood Fischl language before Oz could even finish translating.
Well, let's get down to brass tacks then. Now, have you heard of the author Mr. Nine? He's famous for writing the legend of the Shattered Halberd.
Flowers.
What was that, mein Fräulein?
Flowers for Princess Fischl. That's what Mr. Nine is actually famous for.
Mein Fräulein means to say, even should the creator be cold and unmoving, the Prinzessin and her immer Nachtreich's resplendence might yet compel them to weep.
Well, sure. The author of Flowers for Princess Fischl, Mr. Nine. He sent a letter from Nodcry asking for help, and he seems to be in bad shape.
So ask the Adventurers Guild or a local mercenary to find him. Seems pretty simple to Paimon.
Where it's so simple. But here's the problem. We don't know anything about Mr. Nine. What he looks like, how old he is, where he's from. He's only ever communicated with us via letter, from addresses all over Teyvat. And he's never showed up to our annual meeting or events. Not once.
So, what are we supposed to do?
Well, we'll need to investigate Mr. Nine's identity, that's for sure. We did a bit of digging ourselves, and we realized that ever since completing the Shattered Halberd series, Mr. Nine's handwriting began to change. His initial editor has decided to retire to focus on his own writing. And he didn't have much to add either.
Whatever hath once existed in this world is enshrined in the memory of the Prinzessin der Vertelung, to endure unchanging in her immer Nachtreich. For from the sacred primordial words flow the wellspring of all cause and consequence.
Mein Fräulein means to say that...
Yes, we had the same idea. So, we tracked down the original manuscript of the Legend of the Shattered...
Aw, man! Genyu's gonna be so mad he missed out on this. Wait, you didn't need Oz to translate this time either, Onodera.
Osvaldo Hafnavines, hast thou perceived something?
No such Henry exists, mein Fräulein. I sense a faint, elusive resonance. Something akin to the magnetic field, gravitational force, and threads of cause and effect that surround you, mein Fräulein.
Isn't that interesting? Well, in the end, our only takeaway was that the design and craftsmanship of the paper point to it coming from Qingce village in Liyue.
Huh. Could Mr. Nine be from Liyue then? No, wait. If we're talking authors from Qingce village specifically... No, it couldn't be. Could it?
Chong the Ninth? Ah, I've heard of him. He won a Best New Author Award for the first apprentice of Guhua.
It matters not. Though the Saint of Tears and the Saint of Atonement perform manifold labors on divergent principles, their power flows but from a single source.
Mr. Onodera, if you please.
Wait, Oz? It's great that you trust Onodera and all, but we're still in the dark over here.
You speak true, my princessin. Even if Chong the Ninth doesn't turn out to be Mr. Nine, he's still an author, and he could have had contact with him. I think it's a good place to start.
Yeah.
Well, either way, I appreciate the help. I'm counting on you.
Chong the Ninth isn't home.
It doesn't look like there's anyone around we can ask either. Shall we wait?
Seems like that's all we can do.
Still, could his absence mean that he really is Mr. Nine, now kidnapped and sent to Nodcry? Perhaps we should have a look around his house.
Barging in without permission seems wrong. But if he really is Mr. Nine, then... Okay, let's do it. Just seems like a bunch of ordinary stuff.
Nay, I, the princessin, have beheld the mystery of the universe enshrined in these specks of dust. What hath been revealed is the very fount of wisdom. Ever does it flow toward the shores of truth.
Mein Fräulein means to say, she thinks this is a clue.
Wait! It looks like the soil's been overturned. Oh no. Did some kind of overzealous fan have buried him in here? Maybe we should call the Millilith. What do you think, Traveler?
It's all right, Paimon. Mr. Nine's most zealous fan happens to be right here. And since mein Fräulein would never do anyone harm, I'm certain the same is true of his other less avid supporters.
What is the meaning of this? I'm calling the Millilith.
Chong the Nine! You're not dead! Or kidnapped!
What are you even talking about? Oh, wait a second. You're the ones who came here with that young lad from the Guhua clan. Yes, I remember. I'm guessing this is a misunderstanding then. The question still stands, though. What are you doing digging around my house?
Oh, well, actually, we just wanted to know if you've ever written under the pen name Mr. Nine.
What? Not even a whole bucket of hallucinogenic mushrooms could make me that delusional. No. If I were Mr. Nine, why in the world would I enter all those writing competitions? To what? Demolish the competition from the shadows? Yes, doing a real bang-up job, aren't I? my submission's never even been selected. The classic archetype of the boy hero is outdated. That's the kind of critique I get. Even opening with a plot twist or disguising your hero as a fool is falling out of fashion. Modern readers are drawn to the boundless imagination and innovative world-building character of Mr. Nine's works.
Good point.
Besides, if I were Mr. Nine, I would have come clean the minute First Apprentice of Guhua won that award. What? That old beggarly Chong the Ninth is Mr. Nine? No, there must be some mistake. What a sight that would have been.
Yeah, and when we were here with Shincho that one time, you talked up the legend of the Shattered Halberd a lot. If you were the one who wrote it, that'd be like Jean complimenting herself for being a good knight. It just doesn't add up.
In any case, while this gentleman isn't the Mr. Nine we're looking for, I sense something of interest on his person. It's a peculiar signature, the same threads of fate I sensed on you, mein Fräulein, and on the manuscript. I believe the traces are related to Mr. Nine, and it appears I can track them.
Hey, that's perfect! Once we head to Nokrai, you should be able to find Mr. Nine, no problem then. But back to the signature. What were you doing before this, Chong the Ninth?
Oh, well, I ran out of manuscript paper, so I went to buy some. I'm particular about that kind of thing. Creation of literature demands the highest quality.
Ah, no wonder. Mr. Nine uses the very same type for his manuscripts.
Well, that explains it. Thanks, Chong the Ninth. We should get going.
I'm not quite sure what I did, but you're welcome, I suppose.
Farewell, creator of another world. Though I must say, the laws and narratives thou hast ordained can scarce compare to the dream dust sedimented in the Immenachreich.
Mein Fräulein means to say, your writing isn't... I mean, mein Fräulein offers her thanks. It should be up ahead.
Wait, did something attack that Sealy? Something doesn't seem right here.
And it bears the same signature I sensed before.
Then it would seem fate has dictated our path for us. Reveal thyself!
Looks like the Sealy is showing us the way. Let's follow.
How brilliant!
What are you doing here?
Wait, that voice. It's Nicole! Also, that should be our line. We were looking for Mr. Nine and our search led us here, but now it seems we've found you instead.
Ah, I see. Well, Mr. 9 is right here.
Hello. What bizarre demarung is this? Never in 1,000 sunsets have I heard of such a thing.
In truth, I too aspire to be an author, but I'm also partial to direct communication. Talking is rather inconvenient by comparison, and as I'm sure you can understand, writing things down is even more tedious. I thought perhaps if I found someone with whom I could share my ideas, it might give me the same release as writing. But then those stories would never see the light of day, which would be a shame. So, I tracked down an old Seelie friend of mine and told her all the stories I was imagining. Then, I sent her to find people with similar aspirations to write them in my stead. We even came up with several character traits to lend a certain authenticity to Mr. 9. A receding hairline was one of them, I think.
Yep, I'm the one she roped into all this.
Come now, it was beneficial for you too. By inhabiting those authors and mobilizing their language faculties, you were able to hone and eventually recover your capacity for speech. And anyway, an angel has always functioned like a sort of a flash of inspiration in someone's head. I'm sure it was like stepping into old shoes.
So you, what, possessed people? Is that kind of intrusive?
Oh, it's fine. She did it while they were sleeping. As long as the person is someone who dreams of creating worlds of their own, this inner writer within them will automatically awaken.
Wait, but what about the letter and the strange intuitions Oz has been having?
Nicole sent me to monitor the situation and not cry. And it's super dangerous, okay? So I needed some help. It's not like I have the knowledge or power of the heavens anymore.
As for your friend over here, well, you see, when writing a story, it's not uncommon to incorporate certain half-true details. For realism's sake, you understand?
Yeah, we've seen that before. A real curse was written into an Inazuman light novel once.
Indeed. In a similar vein, Mr. 9's stories are full of metaphors, including one for the creation of life. What it describes isn't made up, per se. We just never imagined someone would actually manage to use it. Until you came along, young lady.
Mein Fräulein is speechless. So if I may ask in her stead, did she manage to use one of these half-truths in Mr. 9's novels to create me?
It was more like 70% made up, 30% true.
No, it was 90% made up, 10% true. I thought it was too dangerous, so I changed it. See, I knew you'd never read my books.
You don't seem too surprised, Oz.
Well, I suppose I've vaguely sensed this since the beginning. Regardless, it is an honor to serve mein Fräulein.
Well, once our affairs in Nodcry are resolved, Mr. 9 will be able to return home. Yes, just tell them that when you return.
I don't want to be your eyes here. It's too dangerous. Oh, but, while you're at it, could you pass a message along to that guy in Chinksa village? I've been splitting the royalties with him 90-10. His share's been buried in his yard all these years.
Wait, what do you use the Mora for?
I bury it, and then lead people to the treasure. Guiding people is in our nature. It's what I love to do. Feel free to come search for my personal stash someday. I've buried it at the furthest end of the Immernachtreich.
I will. I absolutely will.
Mein Fräulein?
And, I just want to say that I really like your books, Mr. 9.
What mein Fräulein means is Though the cosmos stretch forth in unending darkness, yet shall come an hour when all things shine.
I'm glad to hear it. All in all, it seems you've already found my greatest treasure.
All right, that settles that. Now, I need to have a quick argument with Mr. Nine about who really deserves to be considered first author.
Absolutely not.
Oh, that's right. Just channel Mr. Nine. How would...
Hey, Chang the Ninth! We have something for you!
Oh? What is... What? Where did all this Mora come from?
About that. So, the thing is... Right. Mr. Nine really admires your work, so he decided to fund your writing career.
Wait, what? So, channeling Mr. Nine actually worked. I can't believe it.
Hark, a one dusk and dawn, but fully
Good morning.
sweet the stuff. Even one of Roy, me. Huh. You see, Osvaldo von Hafnava. If one, you inquire. The Oz's full name is his name. One, two can my left
Some people address her by
Why my official? What does it?
Main Fräulein reads a lot of I believe.
Such a to thank. Well, if today is truly my mat with the rejoice. Else, tremble and I appear to have Oz ice.
No rest for the wicked.
Wings of midnight, shadow raven.
As you wish, Main Fräulein. Midnight phantasmagoria.
Destiny has brought me what trinkets lie veiled with an
Main Fräulein. Main Fräulein, your Main.
In the name of the Prinzessin.
Behold, the Prinzessin.
The threads of your fate lie in my hands. Parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
Alles fertig, was ich heute machen wollte. Ich hätte zwar noch ein bisschen Reisen, das denke ich mache ich aber dann schon etwas später. Wobei ich noch schnell welches umtauschen könnte. Damit haben wir das komplett erledigt. Und damit bin ich fertig für heute. Da ich jetzt doch schon 120 Reisen hatte, konnte ich die jetzt noch umtauschen. Somit laufe ich vor morgen nicht voll. Somit heißt es, das war's somit für heute erstmal aus Genshin Impact. Ich bedanke mich bei euch fürs Zuschauen. Wünsche euch noch viel Spaß, einen schönen Tag. Falls ihr es noch rechtzeitig anschaut, noch schöne Weihnachten, einen guten Rutsch ins neue Jahr. Und wir sehen uns demnächst wieder. Falls es euch gefallen hat, lasst doch gerne einen Follow da. Und für die Leute auf YouTube, ihr könnt auch gerne abonnieren und die Glocke anmachen. Damit war's das und ich sage Tschüss und auf Wiedersehen.